What I'm going to show you is not meant to hurt, but we have to be real. Congratulations, you already won the day by gracing and therefore humbling the uncommon soul with your mere presence alone. And you need to know you're awesome for doing that. You know what's not awesome? There are two things that are not awesome. One, thinking you have enough sleep in a day, then feeling fatigue. That's not the not awesome part. The not awesome part is trying to get a little bit of that sleep back, and you end up getting more than you ask for and more than you want. And it ends up ruining your intended, already altered plans to do things. That happened again. 30-minute nap earlier today apparently wasn't enough, so I had to go a little longer. And then I didn't start at 8 on the nose. Ended up more like 5 or 7 minutes after, because I had to unplug and replug my camera in again, which, I mean, that's a small thing. That ain't no big deal, but it still gets in the way. But the second thing is a lot less awesome. And we're going to be seeing this together just so you know how bad and not awesome it is. It may be a little worse than some would think as well. And I can't think, I could still be relaying news, but then again, I could also be doing that through whatever websites I'm using and show those as well. And as I say it out loud, it sounds like more of a good idea than not. But I can't think of anything else except at least what we're planning today. So, still intending on an uncommon Mega March, but half the month has gone away. There have been reasons why there wasn't anything Mega Man in the first half of the month, and even if they are legit, there's still reasons, there's still excuses, and I've been letting you down, I'll say it, or I think I've been letting you down. Some of you are very beautiful in that you really don't care what I play, in the sense of, as long as I'm having fun or accomplishing something that I intend on doing, you may just want to be here for me, and that is beautiful. But I feel bad. I've given these ideas on what to do, and I've not been doing them. In fact, while it's not Mega Man related, this should have an idea of one thing that I'll be doing today. Not the two part, ignore the two. Although it's an even number, but someone involved with this even number started with an odd number. But that'll be happening, and then another Dare Drop campaign I've been allowed to join, all because of you all. And I keep thinking of how I can give away keys, and I wonder if it should be every time when I end a stream, the month still shows me at such a concurrent viewer level. Because with that, I'm able to apply for more things to show you all more things. And speaking of Dare Drop, actually, all that Hotel Barcelona I did, those 3 dares, they've all been approved. They've all been completed. So that's 3 Hotel Barcelona keys I also have available to give you all. But there'll be another game. I almost want to think some people might have heard of this when we get to it. I'm going to make it a surprise until then. And I think I'm going to brighten up the lights in here. And before we get to the unfortunate video, the show, and there'll be something fun to watch after it. But before that, let me say hello first to Sakurubi. And then let me also say hello to Zarnathium as well. And I got icons on the touch portal so I know I'll be touching the correct buttons. See, it's a rule. Whenever Zarnathium is subscribed and in chat, we've got to hear one of his many kitties, Lance. I don't make the rules, he does. I'm more than willing to adhere to those rules. And Zard has Hotel California playing in his head again. Was it based on something I said? I swear that's what happened the first time, and I don't enough remember what words triggered the song Hotel California. But I think it's time to get to something unfortunately triggering. If I remember, I don't have a hotkey for this. I think I have to keep clicking it. Okay, Hotel Barcelona could be a trigger for Hotel California. I mean, it is a hotel, then a real world location. So it makes a whole lot of sense there. Okay, let's get this here. And before I show the things, I gotta actually full screen it. Oh, gee. So, I'm still working on One Piece live action season 2. And if you're on the fence about it, jump the fence and watch it because it is a lot of entertainment. And I'm going to be happy. I don't remember when it's happening. I almost swear it's next month. But YouTube wants me to introduce Steel Ball Run, English voice actor special content. That's a whole 7 minutes of stuff right there, featuring 2 of the lead actors in English of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 Steel Ball Run, Damon Mills and Kaiji Tang, or Tong. Maybe he'll pronounce it when I see the video. And anyone who knows me about Kaiji, you might have seen me play through Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth when Dark Phoenix Tori made a coup d'etat to what seemed to be my benefit as well as hers, which, again, beautiful, but it's got to be about you and what you want first. But, yeah. He voices Ichiban Kasuga, so anyone would recognize that about my joy for him. So, should it be the trailer? Is that all they show? There are various things. But then, this probably is what I need here. I'm probably not worried about hearing anything neither, because that won't be the point. The point right now is to say hello to Grimoire Hurst here. And my stuff's all flipped around, but it's all right. And now I can hit this here. You know, that's supposed to be triumphant and very exciting and happy. This video I'm going to show will not be. And we're not going to have any worry about audio playing, because that ain't the point here. For Zarn, just hearing Hotel Whatever seems to trigger Hotel California. Going through Star Trek The Next Generation again in Season 2, an episode where they got trapped in a hotel, the song kicked in when they would say the name of the hotel. Now, what should not trigger it is Cat's Motel from Courage the Cowardly Dog. Welcome to the Cat's Motel. I'm Cots. That's a motel, not a hotel. So that should not trigger, and I hope it doesn't. If it does, then there could be some underlying issues at work mixing up the two, but it's not gonna hurt anyone unless it does stink for Zarn. Hotel Royale. Is that the hotel in The Next Generation? Because I could see that. That could feel like a name. And before I get the video up, I'll repeat what Stream Elements is automatically showing like I want it to. You know I have fury against cancer. So, the Awesome Games Done Quick donations recipient, the Prevent Cancer Foundation, I'm trying to raise money for, if not make it a year-long awareness thing. And there's a link to tip to me, and I will transfer and show that transfer of all the donations there to the Prevent Cancer Foundation, and I'm more than likely going to make a post of it as it is. Just because, one, I want it known where that money is going, and two, I want it known that we all hate cancer and we're able to do something about it. Even in the tiniest way, it can still be a step towards fighting, defeating, or otherwise erasing the blight of cancer from the world. Erasing as in not the history, but any future of cancer. Okay, it's not Motel that triggers anything, and it is Hotel Royale in Star Trek. Good to know both things. I'm glad that Motel doesn't trigger it. So, this bad thing here, though. We are going to see the effects of NVIDIA DLSS 5. And I imagine if you're very tech savvy, you've already been looking into this and have no care for it whatsoever. If you're against AI, you're going to feel real upset. I know I do. And yeah, there's just bad things. But we're not going to worry about hearing it. So we're just going to look at things, and I better get it up on the short side of things, the vertical side of things too. Now, if it were just environments, it'd probably be less of a big deal. Although, the way it looks there, while brighter and vibrant, it's probably more filtery than realistic. Like with environments, it seems to be largely involving the lighting. This don't feel like the worst of it. And the lighting changes the color. Here's where it gets bad. And I done streamed Resident Evil Requiem last Sunday. So, I don't know. When I first saw this for myself as it is, which probably was on Maximilian Dude's stream just last night, the face on the right with DLSS 5 on, that could look like a social app filter, could it not? And if anything, the more you look at it, the more it could seem like they are entirely different faces. I'm not convinced this was what Capcom and the RE engine wanted to do. I'm just not convinced. DLSS, AI learning and all. And filling in gaps are making different things based on a perception. And in fact, the clothes look different too, a little bit, or the skin shadowing as well. On the hands, you can really see it. Then there's like a little more darker gray on the shirt. The right actually looks better to Zarnathium. I was not expecting that, and I have no desire to argue against it. I had just been worried based on what I had seen and how Max spoke on it last night. Now, we are entirely different people, and I have no desire to stump on anyone's opinion here. But the left is too fake without realism, like a doll. That in part perhaps could play into how Resident Evil as a whole is made. While Street Fighter 6 looks realistic and is built in the RE engine that Requiem is using, it still has a stylistic look to it that's less realistic than what Resident Evil typically goes for. So that could be another thing as well. The right actually picks up more human features. I am also not tech savvy, so Zarn would know what he's talking about here very, very much. AI depends, to Zarn. It can be good in some ways, like smart AI in a game to better defeat you, or AI in just your PC to enhance lighting can be okay. AI to jack up electric and harm people is not good. I would like to think that AI that creates videos and pictures is also not good, but this may be a different AI as it is. Instead of making anything, it's building on a foundation. I'd like to believe this would be AI that's building on a foundation, isn't it? So that would make it less of a concern because it's not automatically using someone else's stuff as it is, or at least Capcom, I would think, would approve of this. But then again, that's a whole graphics card thing, not a company thing as it is. But AI to jack up electric and harm people and ruin water is not okay for sure. The right picks up more human features like the crease between the cheek and the nose. I do see it's more pronounced there than when DLSS 5 is off on left side. Ruby is not happy about any of this here, it looks like. And that's what this video, unfortunately, would be doing. We're seeing something that has to be known and we have to be aware of and all. The shadowing under the eye. If she doesn't sleep much, then that would make a whole lot of sense there. Maybe I didn't pay enough attention to the eyes during Requiem as it is, if they had much in the way of actual shadowing, but you see eye shadowing, not makeup eye shadow. I don't think Grace would put on makeup eye shadow unless it were just enough, but I don't think she'd be using that on a FBI basis as it is. What did look awful, one? Because I can't tell if you're talking Resident Evil Requiem or with the DLSS 5 off or on. I'm not sure what's awful to you. All I know is to say hello to one and to play this here as soon as I find it there. Juan finds DLSS 5 to look awful, and I don't blame you. But Zarn is here to defend it sounds like, or he has a favorable opinion that I can approve of, and I can see when pointing things out, like more human-like features with DLSS 5 on Grace there compared to it being off. And the lips look more realistic. Yes, they do. I guess I'm basing my own concerns on what being AI based as it is, but I do need to be reminded not all AI is generative AI. Generative AI is more the issue. So, what if I am talking too much out my butt? And then, what? Trying to upscaling look awful. Not, it didn't work in King of Fighter 94. It didn't even work here. See, the sad thing is, though, the King of Fighters 94 reboot, I think you're talking about in PlayStation 2, it never came here as it is, so it would completely be lost in the conversation in the first place. We didn't officially get KOF 94 rebouts, so that wouldn't even be a conversation topic here in the US or in my stream, because I wouldn't know anything about it. Like Pokemon Go training for GPS. What are we talking about there? Is it AI going out and training Pokemon Go for more locations or something? Then the leather on the right looks more like leather that Zarn has seen in person. There is more texturing and a more of a shine to it than what's on the left with DLSS5 off. Maybe I am talking a bit too much against DLSS5 immediately. Because again, as far as I can think, this is not generative AI. Pokemon Go using AI to train GPS. That can be a concern, but it's still not generative AI. If it ain't Gen AI, I'm going to be a little more quiet about it. If it's Gen AI, then I got problems, but not all AI is bad. Gen AI is where a lot of the problem is. How about those new characters they revealed for the update for Sonic Racing Cross Worlds? We did talk about that in the Discord. There's going to be Red from Angry Birds, at least the way portrayed in the movies, having actual limbs and not just being a triangular red head bird with a beak. Then Captain Majima from Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That I wonder if I want to get back to in April, and it sounds more like a good idea when I think about it. And then, was Rad the Ball in Angry Birds? I would forget. I hate that very much that I confused it. It's been so long since I've seen Angry Birds or played any Angry Birds. And then Arlie, I think her name is, from the first Mato Monogatari games, but she's more known from Puyo Puyo, that brunette girl with the blue armor who does all kinds of magic stuff. They did say it's the exact same textures and everything. It's just the lighting is more realistic to pick up features. That could be more helpful than not. If it's just more the lighting, I'd have less to say. But they do feel different. If anything, I would dare say that those who prominently play games on the PC would not have as much room to complain, because this is more of what to expect with a PC, the kind of stuff you can get with a PC graphics card. Consoles right now won't have what's on the left. That just won't. It's an AI boost with DLSS5 on, and Ruby has seen worse with it. And no, I don't mean Puyo 1, I mean Puyo Puyo. It's 2 words in there. Puyo Puyo. And then I also am clear in saying the first Mato Monogatari game or games. Those are things, but Puyo Puyo is the thing, not Puyo. Puyo Puyo. It's either 2 words or none to my knowledge. But Ruby has seen something that ruins a whole character's face. And Zarn is struggling this whole time with Marshmallow, the type, being so wild. Being active is a good thing, but he needs to grow. He needs to actually grow. And one has enough points to be VIP. You know what? You have been here very, very long as it is. I may just go ahead and do it without you spending those points. You've been here for a very, very long time. We don't need you spending those points. You're active in the chat as well, let alone the Discord. So no need for you to spend all those points. We never did get to see around more of what differences there are. We've been pretty stuck on Grace here. And no, Juan, I do not mean Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I mean Puyo Puyo. We changed Puyo Puyo and made it Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog skinned. The same way on the N64 we took Panel de Pon and made it Pokemon anime skin, and they didn't even show up in Japan until the Virtual Console if they decide to go outside Japan. So now they'll show more features in motion with the differences there. Going on and off with the DLSS 5. And if it does look more like what you see IRL, isn't that what a lot of people want to see in their video games and not me as much? The more Zarn mentions it, the more Grace does look more doll-like and plastic with DLSS 5 off. I guess I'm just worried about the face there. Maybe it'd be less of a thing if it was more the clothes, but the face is part of the body, and the body is human. Lighting on the environments is less of an issue to me here. But in general, plenty of people would surely have not the best feels as a whole. And then this we're seeing off screen here. And that looks more human there. I'm pretty sure it's Starfield. See, lighting makes a whole big difference, though. Maybe I should have the audio on. You know, I think I will have the audio on.
Its technical makeup in that it's using an RTX.
Let's hear the intent.
Isn't it? What's quite interesting about this is NVIDIA's stated intention for the technology. They're kind of like looking at this as almost kind of like trying to anticipate the original fully realized vision of the game developers here. This demo is actually quite interesting in terms of its technical makeup in that it's using an RTX 5090 to run the past-face version of Resident Evil, but there's a second 5090 that's actually doing the DLSS 5 pass there. But the intention is, this is a very early demo. They keep calling it like a snapshot of current development for the model. Right. Yeah. So they're expecting changes, they're expecting improvements, but crucially, they're expecting to be able to do this on one GPU. In fact, they are doing it on one GPU in their labs right now. But in terms of getting like full
there's more reflection in the eyes than what the game had there. Well, you'll find that. Like, it's a bit dull on the actual game side, the regular game, but there is a little bit of light spec in the actual game, but DLSS 5, there's surely more reflection closer to what you'd see in an actual human in that light. I would like to think. Some of the music in Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, if you go to the soundtrack, you can hear a remix of different Puyo Puyo songs, which just further goes to show that it's Puyo Puyo at the base. So why are you saying Puyo once here? instead of Puyo Puyo. Because if there's a reason for it, I don't know. But if it's meant to insult is too strong a word. I just don't want to confuse anybody. There's no such thing, to my knowledge, as Puyo. And I want to make sure people know that the actual game is Puyo Puyo, that it shows up twice. I don't want to confuse anybody. So it's a good thing that Marshmallow is active, but he really needs to physically grow. Zarn is shocked at how wild Marshmallow is, especially compared to how he thought he might not survive at one time, and has grown some, but still a bit too small for his age. That's what we gotta worry about here. And I did see one that you shared the Metal Hero series Blue SWAT in the Tokusatsu Talks Discord. And I wonder if I should delete the link or not, only because it's not an official place to see it, but we don't have much choice at times as it is. I'm gonna let it stay there. We still have to do that for Super Space Sheriff Gavan Infinity as it is. But we don't need, well, we can post Kamen Rider Zest. We have that available on YouTube as it is, but I'm gonna let Blue SWAT stay up there in the Discord. It's the kind of world we live in right now. And by the end of Blue SWAT, it shows a preview of Juko B Fighter. I would not realize this, and frankly, I wonder if I would be interested in Blue SWAT as it is. They took Space Sheriff Gavan off Tubi, so I'm gonna have to go somewhere there to see the rest of the series. And hello, Mindy8712. I hope I'm not too late in greeting you and trying to keep up with chat and go through all this here that I may be shooting off my mouth on, considering things that Zarn is reminding me of. But you DM'd me something, and I made sure to do the thing, so surely, hopefully, I would have done what you had asked, because I know I'd want to. You know, I think I need to make a slight change. Only because it wasn't like the smoothest measure start at the beginning of it all. I'll probably make a very little tiny edit, but it was The Sims like you wanted me to have as a greeting for you, so I hope it did work out. Zarn is more willing to support DLSS 5, and I'm willing to listen and realize his words in that DLSS off on the right looks like a toy, and DLSS 5 on looks more realistic. Like what I would imagine Capcom would intend for Resident Evil anyway. I really think that's what what Capcom is wanting. And there is Puyo Pop. There is Puyo Pop. I would not realize this. How did I not know of Puyo Pop? Because they probably hadn't made any games in a long time. And that's why I make sure to say Puyo Puyo right there. Zarn, thank you for showing how important it is to not just say Puyo. That could be way too vague. Because Dr. Robotics Mean Bean Machine is not just an adaptation of Puyo. Because some could say, oh, it's an adaptation of Puyo Pop, and it's not. It's Puyo Puyo. So that's why I had to say Puyo Puyo, because someone could end up confusing with Puyo Pop. So thank you, Zarn, for giving very important reason to not just say one Puyo, because it could be either of at least two things. Thank you, Zarn. That's why I don't want to make confusion in too little short naming, too vague. Thank you, Zarn. Thank you. And one is looking forward to changing the music to Sega Racing. Is there a Sega Racing music? Sega Sports Racing or something that's not just Sonic Racing, but then Cross Worlds. And I do have to say, last I checked, you've got to do time trial things in order to unlock more music within Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Does YouTube have the entire Witch series for free? Blue SWAT, Space Sheriff Gavan, or something else? Because people would upload this stuff to YouTube all the time where possible if they don't get struck down. That is a normal thing that happens. And it still sounds good to Mindy. I'm glad it does, and I'm glad I saw it and got that ready to go before the stream started. But let's keep going through this and seeing more things. Like, let's see about Starfield here.
Changes here, particularly in terms of character rendering, which is an area where Starfield received quite a lot of criticism.
I almost think it might be more of a
again,
case-on-case basis,
the effect is
but
quite
at the same
remarkable here,
time,
isn't it?
Yeah, and I found this very interesting.
the lighting
So
is the major thing to me.
games that basically
And the
they
lighting
really
makes
do
the faces
intend
do
for
look
that base
flat
render that's going into
there.
the base color, the base motion vectors, the base render to be as high quality as possible. Starfield obviously has some issues with its lighting. It's not ray traced. It tends
Or the Blue SWAT, only the first 2 episodes are fully English. Do you mean they're dubbed in English? Because I don't need that. I'd rather have that all Japanese all the time. But the lighting there on his face, we can go back and forth from here actually. See, now I have a little bit of issue and it makes me think of it being a case-on-case basis. Because there, DLSS 5 off, the lighting feels more accurate in shading with the brim of the hat cutting off some light on the face there. But there with DLSS 5 on, the lighting is just plain on everywhere with no real shadowing on the clothes and the face. So that could be the thing. And I did not notice that it was just said because I was talking over it. Zarn agrees that it's too bright. They need to have the same lighting to make a proper comparison. And he just said that there's a lighting issue. I am being really unfair to NVIDIA here. So maybe I gotta shut up.
quality as possible. Starfield obviously has some issues with its lighting. It's not ray traced. It tends to look very flat. And I thought DLSS 5 did a fantastic job enhancing details and enhancing that lighting presentation in a way that I didn't really think was possible, because all of a sudden you've got this game that otherwise looks very flat, otherwise has a kind of last generation appearance in some respects, and all of a sudden it kind of looks like a path traced game. But there are still some issues though, like you can note screen space errors in certain games where like you have screen space reflections or screen space ambient occlusion, and those things are breaking up in the DLSS 5 image. So it's not like it's perfectly understanding and reconstructing all characteristics of light. It's still depending on the base render, but it's super impressive to see a game like Starfield, to see this character's jacket, for instance, all the specular highlights cast in a much more realistic light, the material properties along her clothing there, and indeed in her face, this colossal increase in lighting fidelity, where all of a sudden you're seeing proper subsurface scattering, her eyes are properly self-shadowing in there.
Okay, there with her hair coming out a little forward, that shadowing makes sense. So that is something I need to be corrected on and pointed out. The game is not ray traced. Zarn bets a game with good ray tracing and DLSS 5 would show it better. That's sure to be a thing that'll happen. Juan is not the biggest fan of upscaling everything. You sound like you'd rather have retro games played on CRTs, and there's everything fair about that, if that's the case. That's all fine if that's the case. I'm just putting words in your mouth, though, so you gotta stop me.
And her mouth is also shadowing her teeth correctly, and all these other characteristics that they pointed out to us that you don't really think about in the context of real-time rendering, because you're so used to a lower quality image than what, you know, high-end CG could provide. But
So is this AI upscaling, Zarn? Is it AI upscaling, or is it a whole different thing instead of upscaling? It's more about lighting, among other things. I honestly don't know. And I can't tell for sure. Then there's The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered here.
When you introduce DLSS 5 to an Unreal Engine 5 title, Software Lumen now is like radically transformed into something quite different.
Forget about this. I am not worthy. I am not worthy. I am not worthy of 37 months of subscriptions from Ericus, but that ain't my call. It's his call. And clearly it finds me worthy. So thank you for that there. And hello to you, Ericus. I think I'm speaking too much out of my butt here, but there are still strong opinions about DLSS 5, and I'm trying to be more open-minded about it because stuff is pointed out in a way that I can appreciate and I want to hear. But who cares about that when you should be hearing this? And while I'm widescreen, seeing this in all of its entirety as well as soon as I find it here. I got all kinds of icons so to know where to actually press the buttons, but then I end up not seeing the names soon enough, so it took me a little moment, but I was glad to finally find it there. So, Zarn was always bugged by shadows until ray tracing. They always make the better quality as sharper shadows, but that's not how it works. Ray traced shadows can actually look more realistic on high settings. I keep wanting to swear that ray tracing makes water look more realistic and reflect more realistic than it ever has. Am I incorrect in that? So I almost swear that with ray tracing, water looks even more realistic than it does in video games. And Ericus has mixed feelings about upscaling. But Ericus only got here, so isn't entirely sure what's going on. This is actually based on Maximilian Dude sharing this in his own stream yesterday. I wanted us to see various DLSS 5 comparisons based on what Digital Foundry has gone through. This is a Digital Foundry video I'm sharing here. And Zarn is not sure what all is done in different in DLSS 5. Feels a need to look into it more. And I asked if it is for sure upscaling or not, and Juan says it is. I don't know how much tech stuff Juan knows for sure, and maybe he does know plenty. But Zarnathium absolutely knows tech stuff and works in tech as it is, and looks into all kinds of tech stuff as it is. So that's why I asked if DLSS 5 is in fact upscaling, or if it's not. I can't be sure. I am not tech savvy to Juan's or Zarn's level. Ray tracing is a lot of lighting to make stuff look more realistic, and it makes water and metal look more realistic, but it also increases shadow and bounce lighting, bringing out colors more or reflecting colors to other things. Juan says obviously can be really bad upscaling. I'm asking, though, if DLSS 5 is using upscaling, and I'm not getting an answer from one, so I guess I'll have to Google this. Does DLSS 5 upscale? I guess I'll have to ask that. So, let's see here. I don't want to just use the AI answer from Google. Deep learning super sampling. It does use several GPU, or it's used DLSS 5 across several GPU generations to upscale lower resolution images. So that's probably what's happening here. So reduce unwanted artifacts, improve overall image quality, and smooth frame pacing. That was DLSS 4.5 anyway. And NVIDIA says it's the single most significant advancement in computer graphics since ray tracing 8 years ago. And what Tom's Hardware says about it is different than what a lot of news junkets are feeling about it. hyper realistic. That could be an issue for me at times. But DLSS 5 operates in real time using a game engine's motion vectors and source color as inputs for its AI model, instead of using video AI models that run offline and producing unpredictable outputs. But it sounds to me like DLSS 5 does continue the upscaling thing that DLSS as a whole does. It should upscale, but it might add more than just upscaling. But DLSS has always been about upscaling. That's what I wanted to know, and that's what one has been saying or trying to say, but didn't explicitly answer my question, which is where I was getting lost.
Rendering again gets a gigantic revamp, I'd say.
Yeah.
And
You've never seen elves look this realistic. It's crazy.
That's the bottom line, yeah. Also,
Well, I
it's
worry
really
about
interesting
flat
to see the
lighting, but
kind
it's
of,
still
the
early in
occlusion that's
DLSS
happening on
5 as it
all of
is.
the brickwork on all of the sort of castle-like structures there. It really is quite extraordinary to see it in motion and to sort of flip between the two there. You know, windows that look completely flat and opaque now actually seem to look properly correct. Yeah, it's just quite extraordinary. It's
Yeah. Well, it's funny because the old
So let's see. I feel like I should not respond to this. I do not look like Steve Urkel all that much. I don't look like Steve Urkel all that much, do I? Or do I and I don't realize it? Because I ain't got no glasses straps and I don't have no suspenders or anything. But, I don't know. This feels more like an insult here right now. Someone on YouTube dares to say that I had to double take a little bit. So it feels like an insult instead of an actual question. But it sounds to me like Juan is just not a fan of upscaling as a whole, anyway. In Dragon Ball Z in the orange box. Are you talking orange box or are you talking Crunchyroll? Or something else? Because Dragon Ball Z in the orange box does not sound like an actual thing ever. So you've lost me entirely again. But the first DLSS Zarn hated. So much ghosting. And based on Oblivion Remastered, Ericus is more a fan of DLSS 5 off. But Zarn finds this game to be a bad example of DLSS 5 stuff. Let me rewind for Ericus then. Because the game they were showing was Resident Evil Requiem. And where was what I was looking for there? I think it was in the intent. Like, let's go to showing Grace's face in half and half there. Because something that Sarnathium had been pointing out, and I more appreciate the words being said there. That's probably as best as I can get it. No, that's better. We're close to it. I want to go back to 409 there. Like, there is a half and half on Grace's face there, Ericus. The right side being DLSS 5 off, the left side being DLSS 5 on. The intent is to make more photorealism in the games that call for it anyway. Because we cannot have hyperrealism in Street Fighter 6. We cannot have hyperrealism in something like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. We cannot have hyperrealism in an anime-looking game like Trails in the Sky First Chapter. Those are not meant to be realistic looking in any way whatsoever. I am very convinced Capcom more wanted that with Resident Evil, though. So, what Zarn points out that I can appreciate when I think about it, the right side there with DLSS 5 off, it can look more plastic and doll-like there. You can see it in the face, the cheeks, the eyes, inside the eye and the shadow or lack thereof. But then on the right side or the left side with DLSS 5 on, there feels more realistic lighting on her face. And it wouldn't be easy to tell unless I rewound and went forward. But her crease between her nose and her top lip would be more pronounced and more realistic feeling. But the reflection in the eye there on the left side, that feels like more of what you'd see IRL. And I feel like Capcom would more want to go realistic with Resident Evil as it is. So with that, it can make more sense. And of course, it having been released only 2 weeks ago, this would be more of a sensible thing to show DLSS 5 with instead of something like Oblivion Remastered. So let me see here. Talking about the orange box DVD of Dragon Ball Z. I would not enough realize that because I never did get any DVDs of Dragon Ball Z, so I could not say for sure that I would realize the upscaling of that. Surely Dragon Ball Z Kai did it better, I would like to think, in terms of upscaling, but that's anime, not video games, so that's two entirely different medias as well. Those two different conversations. Ericus didn't mean to backtrack, everyone. That's not a problem and not your fault. I wanted to inform you and let you know and catch you up on what we're talking about here. You did nothing wrong. And Ericus may not be the target audience. He's less interested in hyperrealism, more interested in stylized art. That is absolutely fair and more of how I am in general as it is. That is A-okay. And that's why I made sure to say stuff like, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Street Fighter 6, Trails in the Sky, first chapter. Not meant to be hyper-realistic. Street Fighter 6, closer to it, but the characters still look stylized in a not hyper-realistic way. They still got a style to them that's not, say, Call of Duty or Battlefield realistic. There's still a difference to them in Street Fighter 6. And Ericus agrees with that. Almost reminds Street Fighter 5 looking almost like claymation or shiny early on. I forget what you agreed to there, but yeah, there was something there in the early days when Hot Ryu was a default in the early proto Street Fighter 5 looks. One sounds like, in a nutshell, upscaling is just a thing that one does not enjoy. And that is also a valid opinion there. As long as it ain't stomping on anyone else who does enjoy upscaling, that's totally fine there. But one, in general, just doesn't want upscaling as a whole. It almost sounds like instead he'd rather a remake or a remaster instead of taking something old and upping the pixels, the resolution in that. That was definitely a thing with cutscenes in Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. There were PSP cutscenes that were pretty obviously PSP. They were upscaled instead of actually making wholly new things like most of the game did. I feel like you'd be more of a fan of the wholly new things made in Reunion instead of upscaling the PSP scenes. And boy, were those PSP scenes obvious. Then a line around the cheek asks, or also, or plasticine, Ericus means to say. Zarn loves seeing the details instead of it being flat. With Dragon Ball Z, they tried to, I don't know if the DVDs or Kai, someone tried to upscale for HD TV. Then they also get Blakely lied to us in the marketing too. Blakely or Blankly with an N? I'm not sure. Lines on the forehead on Grace as well. And if Mindy wanted hyperrealism, she'd play The Sims. And even then, she doesn't want it too much there either. Are the Sims even hyper-realistic as it is? Or close to realistic looking? I would not realize that. I would almost think Inzoi would be closer to realistic in comparison to the Sims. But I don't know. I don't play Sims, so I am absolutely talking out my butt there. And Zarn is trying to get further and further away from Uncanny Valley, and some people are saying that this is actually closer to Uncanny Valley. Max says that this is closer to Uncanny Valley here. So who knows what we're talking about here then? What about Assassin's Creed Shadows here?
Which is quite remarkable in how it's handling environmental lighting and shadow there. It's
Like that, I'd probably
you know,
more be
it's-
okay
it's
with in
naturally
terms
quite
of
cool with-
environmental
Yeah, I
lighting
would
to
definitely
see
say so.
more.
Obviously,
That
Assassin's
I
Creed
like
Shadows
there.
is a game that is a very handsome title.
That's
I would
also
say, in
environment
general. It
and
was
not
obviously
the
graphics of the year
person or the
last
people.
year. But when we
I
look
can
at
be
that
more
base
okay
render,
with
we
that
see there are
there.
some issues with like shadow maps, and maybe the detailing in the foliage lighting is not quite as granular as you'd like. You move over to DLSS 5 and all those issues are basically
Environmental
fixed. Like all of a
lighting
sudden the game
in
looks like it has
DLSS
ray
5
traced
I'm
shadows,
more
when in
cool
fact, of
with,
course,
but
we know that
I,
it does not.
thanks
And
to Zarn, I would
the
have more of an
fog is integrated
appreciation
much
for
more
the
nicely into the scene.
faces
The overall lighting
with DLSS
presentation is just
5.
dramatically
But
improved to
again,
the point where
in more
if you were
hyper-realistic
squinting or
games like
even not really
this,
squinting,
it makes
you could
sense.
mistake this for an image of a real-life forest.
I'm talking too much over the gate or the Digital Foundry guys, and I need to stop. And Ericus wishes they'd release a Switch 2 upgrade for Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak. That would be a nice thing, wouldn't it? After all, Wild Hearts has been released for Switch 2 with Wild Hearts S, so why not give Rise and Sunbreak a similar treatment? I'll joke in saying that Zarn would feel there's no need for that. Wild Hearts S is a superior game. That's a joke. But Zarnathium does enjoy Wild Hearts over Monster Hunter in terms of monster hunting gameplay. But Zarn is also a huge fan of Monster Hunter Stories, the JRPGs in the Monster Hunter world, and surely must have been playing some Monster Hunter 3 Twisted Reflection. Is anybody else playing that? And Uncanny Valley is Ericus's favorite salad dressing. It's, though, I feel like a flavor of Uncanny Valley salad dressing would surely be Twin Peaks. Would that not be a flavor or a collaboration you'd find with Uncanny Valley dressing? Because it would sure make a lot of sense, or so I would think. I've not seen Twin Peaks. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I thought I heard something about Uncanny Valley within Twin Peaks somewhere when there was the sequel series or whatever. I'm not sure. If it looks more realistic, the less Uncanny Valley it is. It's the trying to look real but being off where you can tell it isn't real that makes the Uncanny Valley. Going by that, it sounds more like Resident Evil Requiem could be more Uncanny Valley compared to if it were running on DLSS 5, the plasticine stuff and all, the doll-like looks. It sounds like that's more Uncanny Valley than applying DLSS 5 to Grace there. That's not Uncanny Valley. I would not realize the definition, so I need to be told about that. If it looks more realistic, then it's less Uncanny Valley. And Ericus and I still need to try Wild Hearts Upscaled Ranch by Uncanny Valley. That would make a whole lot of sense there too. And Zarn tried some Monster Hunter games, normal Monster Hunter games, but they just don't grab him. But Wild Hearts grabbed him enough to complete it and start over again on other systems. And I swear part of it is the whole traps being a major thing of the game and putting in some big work instead of just us doing things to the monsters. But no, I'm a fan of the environmental lighting here in DLSS 5 on and Shadows. Then what's this here? Implementation details. I'm not worried about implementation details. We've been seeing the games here. Let me shut up for concluding thoughts here then.
Such a leap in computer graphics. I mean, it's almost getting beyond computer graphics and into neural rendering. You are supplying a game image, you are supplying imagery from a game engine. Granted, it's sophisticated imagery from a game engine, but then you're getting this greatly enhanced lighting presentation just because this model understands lighting, understands how materials interact, understands how things should behave in the real world, kind of almost better than you could program into a game engine, at least to some degree. That might be a controversial statement, but I think it's definitely true. And it's just an absolutely incredible accomplishment. I cannot wait to see it. And this was running like, it was running at reasonable performance levels. Granted, maybe there were some performance hitches here or there in certain games. We're not sure where that might have been coming from. But in general, like, this was very performant, very real time. Rich had his hand in the controller, was manipulating these scenes. Like, this is real gameplay you're seeing here, where Rich was really manipulating. This was not a canned demo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's really important because we've seen demos in the past that have been potentially transformative. The classic case being The Matrix Awakens, right, where you saw that and you thought, wow, this is the future of games. But fundamentally, it was a demo. It wasn't a game. But this is existing shipping titles running with this technology as like an extra layer on top. And man, I can't wait to see more. But I think the fact is that we saw plenty already, which is surprising. And there does seem to be developer buy-in on it as well. NVIDIA was saying that Todd Howard personally signed off on this.
Yeah.
This is the way he kind of wanted his game to be seen, was the sort of paraphrased version of that.
Yeah.
So if Todd Howard signed off on this, then that's his seal of approval there. And Ericus really would be fine with DLSS 5 off, but then again, he's also the type of person that turns off anti-aliasing. That's all valid. That's all A-okay. This makes me wonder, though, how has the world at large felt about any DLSS before 5? I know Zarn was not a fan of the first one, but has it gotten any better to where a majority liked some version of DLSS? And now with this happening here, are people really against it? I think that's something for me to look into, how people felt about earlier versions of DLSS, because this is the first time I'm thinking about anything involving it. And it's definitely a lot in the negative direction, except for Zarnathium, who very much supports this here. And Ericus was ready to start Monster Hunter Stories 3, but then picked up Hades 2 a few days before, and is having too much fun. Also valid there. Hey, Uncommon, when are you going to go through Hades 1, then 2? I have no idea. They've both deserved it for so long. I don't know what's wrong with me. There's way too much wrong with me. And then with Wild Hearts, like Zarn said before, some funny stuff to have a huge creature go to ram you. You put up a wall at the last second, make it fly backwards, flipping around in the air. Like, say, a Looney Tune. Like Bugs Bunny with that bowl. Having that red cape and then having the bull run into the red cape and it turns out to be a brick wall. That's a slam instead of a flip, but it's still a similar enough principle. Very cartoony. But Starfield was still a bad game to use because of the lighting. And the best ones to shine are the ones with ray tracing. And Ericus is fine with DLSS 5 being an option. And anti-aliasing. If people like it, let them enjoy their games how they like it. Just let him turn it off, like motion blur as well. If it's an option, that's going to be a promising thing. To have that choice would be a big deal. And what I hate to do right now that we've seen this DLSS 5 stuff, is to unfortunately play ads for the majority of the world, apparently, that hates pre-rolls, that I don't see an issue with. We sometimes have no choice if we don't pay for YouTube subscriptions and have to watch like 30 seconds of ads or something before we get to the video. I ain't overly bothered. I can wait. But a lot of people can't on Twitch for reasons I don't know or don't realize, and I want to learn. So please pardon these dumb ads that no one really wants playing here. So I had my face showing a little longer than I intended. But there is a whole thing on Reddit from earlier this year about why are people so against the usage of DLSS. I'd probably have to make a little short or something regarding that. But some bullet points in the beginning, DLSS quality was shoddy and some people never updated their beliefs, someone said. And they say some clueless people believe this fabricated narrative that devs don't optimize games anymore because of upscaling and frame generation. But they say anyone who plays the games for longer than a couple of years knows there have been badly optimized games since the 90s. It happens in gaming. And then many people in the PC Master Race subreddit don't seem to actually play games. They love to just spread drama around games. And people are saying that examples of not working with DLSS are cherry-picked examples or rose-tinted glasses. Like Witcher 3 barely hit 60 FPS on a 980 Ti. In games like Batman Arkham Knight, Saints Row 2, Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition and Skyrim were glorified messes at their release and apparently still are on PC. And let's see here. I don't know if I need to read any more of this right now as it is. But it's great. It's great for things like Switch 2. And that's one thing that Ericus loves about consoles. Far fewer issues with optimization in many cases. Never a single issue with Monster Hunter Wilds on PS5, and PC players were having problems for so long. And it makes me kind of wish that Final Fantasy XI is still playable on PC. If it were ported or put on Xbox Series or PS5 or Xbox One and PS4, I'm not overly convinced I would have had the crash I had on my PC with 11. But 11 is also a very different game from 14. But the console thing, according to Zarn, goes both ways. And Ericus had 11 when it initially launched in North America. I tried to go through it and learn the game, but then the game crash scared me. It didn't overly mess up anything on the PC, only a couple of settings that were easily fixed, but I still got scared. So I ended up not making much time with it like I thought I would. Now all this here that I've shown you, that's what I had concerns to show, and I may have been unfair in what I perceive to be concerns on my end. If anything, if you all have concerns, they're valid. And it was more important to show you this so we could further see for sure. But now, instead of any concerns or worries there, what I'm going to show you now will be laugh-inducing after I catch up with you all. Zarn had issues with games on PC that worked great on console, but then also had games on console that ran like crap but could fix on PC. I want examples of that because I can't think of enough, and I'm still relatively new on the PC gaming side of things. And Ericus never saw an MMO that did player-server balance like 11 originally did. Main thing that sucks between PC and console is how they handle shaders. And then there'd be more audio-visual optimization, like, I forget what it is. I swear it's Dolby Atmos that is actually intended in consoles like a PS5 or a PS5 Pro, and you'll get that high quality. But with Windows, it feels more like an afterthought. So if you want better audio quality for sure with Dolby Atmos, you're better off getting your games on a PS5 Pro and playing it through there instead of a PC. That's something I know of that's been repeated and bears repeating. But I'm not sure. And that's something that Mindy enjoys with console gaming, not having to tweak many settings. Although there are plenty of settings to tweak on Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis on consoles. There are a lot of settings to tweak there, but I wonder if there's still more on the PC side of that. But now that we've seen something that could be concerning to many people, let's show something that's less concerning to people and is in fact surely potential for laughs and maybe some swoons because there are two good-looking guys here. But then I forget if I unmute it.
Hi,
No, I unmuted. Good.
Acclaimed actor, spinner of stories, grower of hair, and Vincent Valentine of Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy. I'm here today in your lucky eyes and ears to help you answer a simple question. What should I play today? Well, the answer is and always should be a Square Enix RPG. Many of their greatest games are available under device right now in the 2026 Square Enix Publisher Sale. But how to pick?
What do you think you're doing, Master? This is my elaborate side hustle.
Star of 2025's Square Enix publisher sales video. The laws of sequelization decree that any ized sequel must be bigger and or better than the year before.
You're saying you're bigger and or better than me, Mercer.
I'm saying I am bigger and better than you, Ben Starr.
Mercer.
Okay. While I do enjoy the exhilarating thrill of a dynamic verbal back and forth with a worthy and less attractive sparring partner.
Less attractive? You will me, Mercer. You know my looks are all I have.
Oh, please, you're a natural 6 at best.
Okay, that's it. And I'm...
Oh! I can't even go through any of this without laughing. I have to calm down because looky here.
I play today? Well, the answer is and always should be.
Look at that in the back. I am glad I am not blocking it, but right there, that's what got me laughing hard. Ben is peeking through the window there, all suspicious and real unhappy about what's going on here. And I am not able to stop laughing.
Square Enix RPG, of course. Many of their greatest games are available at a reduced price right now in the 2026 Square Enix Publisher Sale. But how to pick?
What do you think you're doing, Mercer? This is my elaborate side hustle.
Not anymore, Ben Starr, star of 2025's Square Enix Publisher Sale video. The laws of sequelization decree that any ized sequel must be bigger and or better than the year before.
So you're saying that you're bigger and or better than me, Mercer?
I'm saying I am bigger and better than you, Ben Starr.
Mercer.
Okay. While I do enjoy the exhilarating thrill of a dynamic verbal back and forth with a worthy and less attractive sparring partner.
Less attractive? You wound me, Mercer. You know my looks are all I have.
Oh, please, you're a natural 6 at best.
Hi, I'm...
Okay, that's it.
And I'm...
Now, what was I missing there?
The laws of sequelization.
Sequelization. The laws of sequelization.
Okay, now let's talk RPGs. Looking for something that'll make you both think and feel? Well, Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilest Chronicles isn't just considered one of the greatest in the tactical RPG genre, but one of the best in the entire Final Fantasy series. So, you know, pretty good. The story focuses on two childhood friends, Ramza and Delita, who find themselves on divergent paths as a war of succession breaks out across the realm of Evilus. The Evilus Chronicles enhances this legendary game of strategic battles with a host of improvements, including a redesigned user interface, improved visuals, and an updated script which is now fully voiced by a talented cast of actors, including
Me! I worked so hard on it. Please say my name.
Think about what makes the best RPGs, well, the best.
Should have mentioned his name.
Characters, brilliant battles, marvelous music, and a total lack of Ben Starr. Well, Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster has the lot. When the world of Luxendark is plunged into chaos, a group of unlikely allies head out to restore the elemental crystals that govern the world. It has an exciting story, thrilling turn-based battles, and a flexible job system that lets you become spell-slinging mages, high-flying Valkyries, all singing, all dancing performers, and much more. And, I mean, just listen to that soundtrack.
I'll fight you for it.
What?
The hosting job, I'll fight you for it.
Yeah, how the hell did you get that?
Imagination is a powerful tool, Matthew.
Yeah, fine. Let's get this over with. What are you waiting for?
We're talking RPGs. It's turn-based. I'm waiting my turn.
Turn, you say?
Now, I do have to point something out. Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster is not as of yet available on PlayStation 5, much to my surprise and anger. Switch 2, understandable. Launch title. Xbox, surprising a little bit, but they've been putting more JRPGs on Xbox. It ain't even on Steam, is it? That's a little more surprising in that regard, if that's the case. I don't think it is, though. No, it is on Steam. Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster is on Steam as well. I think it was the same day as Xbox, actually. But not PlayStation. How and why? I don't get it. That's why I got all sad-faced. And I think I missed a word that Ben said again.
Soundtrack.
Nation is a power. I'll fight you for it.
What?
The hosting job, I'll fight you for it.
Yeah, how the hell did you get that?
Turn.
Action RPG.
This is
Could
still
you play
funny.
one of the defining action RPGs of the modern age? If not, you owe it to yourselves to play Nier Automata. This award-winning game follows androids 2B and 9S on a mission to reclaim the Earth from machine lifeforms. An emotional story, fabulously flashy combat, and plenty of surprises. Oh, and pro tip, keep playing after the credits roll. Octopath Traveler 0
Close
is
with that.
Keep playing after the credits roll.
There was something there in
Plenty
this
of
the
surprises.
sheet
and
music.
Pro tip, keep playing after the credits roll.
Okay, so that's sheet music for the city ruins. And I can't tell what instrument or instruments those are for.
Octopath Traveler 0 is a completely standalone tale of restoration and retribution. You create your own customizable protagonist and embark on an epic quest to find those responsible for the destruction of your hometown and bring them to justice. And if you can rebuild your hometown along the way, all the better. It has beautiful HD 2D visuals, more than 30 quirky characters to recruit to your team, and thrilling turn-based battles with up to 8 party members at a time. RPG perfection.
Want to play one of the greatest RPGs out there? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is that game. It has an incredible combat system, a beautiful world, impeccable storytelling, and a cast of some of the most iconic characters in all of gaming, including the legendary Vincent Valentine. Shame his voice actor isn't as charming in real life.
Okay, that's it. I'm done with you.
No, please.
Now, I will say it gets confusing in the final act of Rebirth, but it's still an incredible game. And honestly, both the original and the remake trilogy deserve to be played, if not to appreciate the differences, not just see the story differences, but feel the gameplay differences. That's what I'm always going to say. They both need to be played. But I probably am more on the, real-time action team, or more if they don't stump on turn-based. We need both turn-based and real-time action. But a lot of turn-based fans I see absolutely hate real-time action, and they want no part of it. I want both. I'm like Smith when he was no longer an agent. Still using all the muscles except the one that matters. I want what you want. I want everything. That's how I feel about turn-based and real-time action. I want everything. But this is getting funny as it is.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV Online? The one with an expanded free trial, which lets you play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70 for free with no restrictions on playtime? Final Fantasy XIV is a living, evolving online world where millions of players come together to play.
Now I need to tag in with Ben here.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV Online? You know, the one with an expanded free trial, which lets you play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70 for free with no restrictions on playtime?
Because Ben has heard that. Ben Starr has heard that a lot. And even when I unboxed a non-Final Fantasy game, I still could not get away. This is probably not the cockroach I felt it be. It was probably my own bad perceptions of needing to play to catch up with people, and I don't need to. I just won't be able to catch up with people as a whole in playing this. But it ain't their fault unless they say I'm playing it wrong. If anyone says I'm playing 14 wrong, or that I should only focus on it, that's where the problem lay.
Fantasy XIV is a living, evolving online world where millions of players come together to embark on an unforgettable adventure. It's playable with a party of friends or on your own alongside NPCs, but however you play, you'll experience epic adventures and meaningful connections in a beautiful world. So, what game will we discover next?
Is it Final Fantasy VIII? I hope it's Final Fantasy VIII. I'm Puppet Ben Starr. You said you didn't want to see the real Ben Starr, but how can you say that to this fuzzy little face? Look at me. I'm adorable.
The better
How the hell have you been
Ben.
doing this?
Oh, don't look at him. I hate that guy.
Well, I can't stay mad at you, Puppet Ben. You're so much more talented and handsome than regular human Ben.
I get that a lot.
You know what? Go right ahead. Knock yourself out.
Did you
That is so savage. And this is gonna be a little heart fulfilling here. And it'll be too bad and understandable if there's no mention of Tekken 8. Because Ben got to transcend Final Fantasy thanks to Bandai Namco. There's no way that can be mentioned here. If it does, I would lose it, but I don't expect it.
know that it's the 40th anniversary of the Dragon Quest series this year? What better way to celebrate than going back to the games that essentially created the Japanese RPG as we know it? Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake. Remake the first two Dragon Quest games in the HD 2D visual style. I mean, it's all there in the title, right? But these are no simple ports. These two classic adventures have been rebuilt for modern audiences with new content, beautiful visuals, orchestrated music, and much more. What's old is new again, and it's awesome.
Nailed it. And there we have it.
Every day, Erdrick. What a 2 months. And I'm beyond grateful for all of you being there at any capacity. Those were truly special games there.
A selection of sensational RPGs that you won't want to miss.
And remember, all these games are available at a reduced price in the 2026 Square Enix Publisher Sale.
That's it from me. I've been Matthew Mercer, the now permanent host of Square Enix's videos. I'll be back next year to give you a look at another batch of incredible games. See you then.
Actually, this is my elaborate side hustle now.
And then he went in for a kiss. How did they not mention Final Fantasy 16 though? And it'd be funny if Cody Christian came in for next year's publisher sale. And then there's stuff on sale at the Square Enix store, or so it seems. If they're not on sale, they're still available. Written by Puppet Ben Starr. Yes, he was the boom operator there, but then who? That's all funny there. But then what's this here? I'll look at this and then we'll look at chat and catch up.
Hello, I'm Ben Starr, electrifying fantasy dreamweaver, celebrated mouth for hire, and a man who Final Fantasy XVI producer Naoki Yoshida once described as in my game. You know there's nothing I love more than getting paid to recommend incredible RPGs in the Square Enix Publisher Sale. I even gave myself a cool and understated award for recommending to you so well last year. I call it the Benny Award for best and sexiest Square Enix Publisher Sale seller. And no, you can't have one. This one took me ages, and I've run out of glue. While I'm sure Square Enix know, there are probably definitely maybe more effective ways to pique your interest in these life-changing works of art. Fortunately for me, they were foolish enough, and in this case, desperate enough to once again give me money for the use of my unique combination of tongue, lips, and vocal cord. Hello, Benny Award-winning Ben Starr speaking. How may I lend you? What do you mean I've been replaced for the 2026 Square Enix Publisher Sale video? By who?
That's too funny right there. They are great actors. They're great guys here. And it is appreciated for the lurk there. Erica finds they had way too much fun with this, and that's how it must be. It's the only thing that would make sense. I'm trying to think, I'm not sure. Have they been in the game together? Matt Mercer and Ben Starr? Because Ben's in 16, Ben's in Tactics, Ben's in Tekken 8. Matt's in 7 Rebirth. And I can't think of anything else Matt's in that Ben is also in. Ben was in Expedition 33. Ben is in the first Berserker, Kazan. But I can't think of anything that the two of them have been in together. They may as well be in some game together at some point here soon. I don't know. But let me see here. Let me get back up to chat to see what everyone's saying about various things. And we're done with the videos here, and it's been longer than an hour, which is a lot longer than I normally do or intend or plan for just chatting. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just very different. This is normal for Zor, Dawn of Doom, but not normal for me. Now, what have people been saying through all this here? Let's see. Most console settings are gameplay related, not graphical, according to Ericus. That it seems to have been changing over the years, but generally, for the longest time, it's been mostly gameplay related for sure. Not that there are none, but far fewer. For sure. And the star of the show could not be denied. Zarn is mixed. It's nice to have it going, but then if there are things that he doesn't like that they force on you, like heavy depth of field or vignetting and so on, then it's nice to have settings to get rid of stuff that you hate. Like, say, frame, or not frame, motion blur, or anti-aliasing, or frame shake, or screen shake, rather. Matt was ready, dealing with all the shenanigans from the Critical Role cast for how many years, including the likes of the former Chun-Li and the former Guile and the former Blanca. All of them are part of Critical Role. He has been Fei Long, so he could very much have his Ultra Combo 2 up from any strikes any of them intended to do. Unless they were projectiles, then Fei Long couldn't Ultra 2 against that. But other than that, he'd be ready. But, it's nice to have it where Zarn can just get into a game ready to go. And sometimes it feels like they're trying to push consoles too hard, and there aren't usually options to lower settings. But it's nice that recently there's been performance versus frame rate options for console games. Oh, I swear that's a major thing with an upcoming Switch 2 update, to be able to have the option to play handheld games in docked quality. I swear the Switch 2 is actually working on that here soon. And Atmos did seem to get fixed for Zarn on Windows, and it's running good. But it was the HDR that was always an issue on Windows and usually feels more solid on console. But there are some games on PC able to do great HDR. That's probably what I was forgetting and trying to remember. I had remembered Atmos being brought up a lot, but I had forgotten about HDR. That's probably where I was getting confused about things. And the only complaint Ericus had, that was Ben's sword. That was Ben's sword there that Ben was holding. Matt should have had a gun. I was thinking that very, very much. Matt is not Cloud Strife. That's Cody Christian. Matt is Vincent Valentine. So there could have been something about don't bring a sword to a gunfight, and then somehow, despite the size difference, Matt would be able to stand his firm ground and be able to twirl Ben around with the gun, striking it to the side, which Vincent could very easily do as it is, and have Ben loosely spin around on a turning chair with the tap of Matt's gun. There could have been a whole thing there and it would have been more funny. Something like, don't you know you're not supposed to bring a gun to a sword fight? And then Matt could probably counter with, but see, I'm able to stand my ground. Can you say you can do that? Can you say you can do that, Ben? And then tap the sword with the gun and spin him around. That would have been great. Zarn can go back and forth for a bit with just himself on console versus PC, which is why he has both and double dips. If I can do more money stuff, I'd probably be more capable of doing that. It's too much for us as well. We played it when it's... Ericus and all played 14 when it launched, but now it's hundreds of hours to catch up with people. I imagine you're talking to you and your wife there, Ericus. Played when it launched, but now hundreds of hours to catch up with people. And now it's much more easier to play without worrying, in the sense of we can have NPC partners and still get to feel the game for ourselves without the pressure and a concern of trying to find very like-minded people who won't rush through the game or its dungeons and try to figure out how to go through the stuff without being boosted if you don't want to be boosted. I know I don't want to be boosted. The first thing Sarnathium thinks of with Matt Mercer is Legend of Vox Machina. I can't enough think of what the first thing would be, but it's probably Street Fighter 4, because it was always cool to learn that he voiced Fei Long in that. But there are more prolific roles than Fei Long, despite that being a big deal to me. Okay, that update is in now for Switch 2. It's to play Switch 1 games in handheld like docked, but you gotta turn it on. I knew I was missing details, so thank you for clearing it up. It's to play Switch 1 games in the handheld power, but it's to play Switch 1 games in handheld, but with docked power. That's playing with docked Switch power. Or Matt could have pulled out the Bone Greatsword from Monster Hunter World, but they may have gotten in trouble for that. That would have been a funny thing too. That would have been trouble because that's Capcom and not Square Enix. Although they did cross over with Final Fantasy XIV. So there was a whole loophole there that could have been exploited. Unfortunately, it being Monster Hunter. Although, if only Mercer's character was in 14, then they really could have gotten away with that. There could have been a whole argument there. Ben could have been, wait a minute, that sword's not from a Square Enix game, you can't be using that. Then Matt could chime in if it were a thing. But Final Fantasy XIV showed up in that game, and then a certain monster showed up in Final Fantasy XIV, so this still counts. That could have been a thing as well, very much. It really, really could have. But no, Monster Hunter is the main thing, not Final Fantasy XIV. And even in Final Fantasy XIV, the Monster Hunter presence is not a big thing, and Mercer's character probably wasn't in there. I don't know, I didn't go that far, but those are my guesses here. You know, looking at the time and everything, I probably shouldn't just start up Street Fighter 6 and learn the Alex stuff yet. I probably need to wait and break away from this. So you know what? I think that's what I'm going to do. I can hardly believe it's been almost 2 hours of just chatting. But there will be gaming stuff to come after this. So stretch, leave yourself, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll see Alex go bad. Now we'll finally be getting to some video game stuff here, playing and sharing stuff instead of talking about things. And the first thing to do is not Street Fighter, but Street Fighter 6. I typed in Street Fighter and then it went to Street Fighter instead of the 6 that matters. And I realized I don't have a banner of Street Fighter 6 for the vertical side of things, so people don't need to ask what's being played. Let me find such a thing. I almost wonder if I should be using a Year 1-2 Fighters Edition banner instead of the Street Fighter 6 as a whole banner. I'm not sure. I could go with it. I don't think it'd be a big deal. Banners there. Oh, I have such a thing. I have a banner for Street Fighter 6. I don't realize that. And I don't have to worry. I can just put that in instead of the generic Uncommon Soul thing. As soon as I go to the right folder. It's probably around here. Yes, it is. Now I have to switch some things around because I'm gonna need to hear the PlayStation. And make sure the game name is visible. It's cool that it's on all modern consoles now, Street Fighter 6. I saw that Sarnathian just put in the Discord the location for the Switch 1 option on Switch 2. To play Switch 1 games with docked power in handheld mode. Alright. Now it's time to see about Alex here, who has taken a very, very dark turn. And I am fluctuating between S++5 and S+1 in GBVSR, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. And I'm worried I'm getting too close to S+2 instead of S+1. And I don't know what I should be thinking of. If not character matchups, or if I should be learning frame traps or max distances or reactions to if I get a straight hit that can convert into a special or something. I say it out loud because Ericus is literally a, I forget who, if it's Vera or Zeta or someone else, but Ericus is a master in Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising with a character. And I may have the rank of master in Street Fighter 6 with Ryu, but I am not a master. I figured it was some girl with 4 letters and the last letter was an A. I figured it was between Vera and Zeta. She's so cool. So you enjoy when she goes unhinged. And I totally forgot, there's something actually Mega Man related here, despite not being Mega Man like it deserves to be. A collaboration with Mega Man Star Force and Mega Man Battle Network. So anyone who logs in will get various things, and it's around for a month, and the Battle Hub is going to change. I suppose we should see that and not fight. I ain't here to fight, not with real people. Oh man, that's cool to me, having the Battle Network helmet. Then frame and stickers. Oh, these are battle chips. And then surely battle cards. Battle routine set. An EM wave change on the air. Too bad it's only the helmets and not the actual suits. Feels bad about that. No one. Mugman is a character in Cuphead on the player 2 side. I can't allow for that confusion that would lose other people. Mugman would be confusing the Cuphead fans for what you're saying. The Mega Man Battle Network series And not shooting Rockman, not Shooting Star Rockman, Mega Man Star Force, at least in America anyway. And then Jam Project, one of the biggest names in the anime song universe, made a song called Go, Alex, Hope is Born, Alex's theme. I would not realize that. If it were anything that wasn't Mugman, I wouldn't be getting this loud, but Mugman is actually an established entity that could confuse people who are fans of Cuphead and Mega Man, and I ain't willing to do that to people. Let's go take a look at the Battle Hub and see what's all around about it. I love this music so much, the Battle Hub menu music. It's really crowded in here right now. I wasn't sure if that was full or not. I figured that was. Probably won't have to go into a very crowded one as it is. I think I won't. We're only looking at the Battle Hub and getting into a street voter thing. We ain't fighting anybody IRL. I don't got the time. This Battle Hub don't look changed. Not as a whole. But the walls are changed here. We see Mega Man, we see Roll, we see Chad. In the games, it's Eugene Chad, but in the anime Mega Man NT Warrior, the dub, it's Chad Blaze. So they really changed some names. And then over here, we've got Star Force Mega Man. And I don't know of anybody else because I've not gone through those. But Sahara is the Capcom Cup champion. And there were people watching the Capcom Cup here in the Battle Hub. And it was flooded, and you could not get into very many Battle Hubs easily, actually. Oh, this here is the box art for the first Mega Man Battle Network game. It's not Rockman Battle Network, it's Rockman EXE. You're blending names and causing more confusion if the names are blended. It's either Rockman EXE or Mega Man Battle Network. I ain't trying to confuse and blend the names together. That's not what's happening, and not what I'm trying to let happen. Then there's a battle voter going on here.
Are you pumped up too?
So, Sahara was the winner. I thought Lashar might have had a chance, but he didn't make it out of top 8. So let's see, a lot of people thought Blaze would be the one to take it. A good number of people thought that Lashar might have taken it too. Then people thought Zhao Hai would have done it. Zhao Hai, the KOF 14 monster. The Apex monster, the final monster in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak or Monster Hunter World Iceborne, probably more Sunbreak. That's Zhao Hai in KOF 14. So those were who people thought would really take it. Blaze, Lashar, or Zhao Hai. And none of them made it. Zhao Hai was knocked out into the 25. Lashar was tied for 9th, and then Blaze was 3rd place. The Primordial Malzeno. That the last monster? What is the last monster? Is that the last monster in Rise in Sunbreak or Iceborne? I'm not sure. I have not gone through enough of them as it is. I've gone through their base games, but not the DLC that deserved all my attention. Primordial Malzeno is the last in Sunbreak. Good to know. Juan has enough channel points for something that I don't know what to make a thing. I'm not sure. Oh, Primordial Malzeno wasn't originally planned. Neither was Sora in Smash Ultimate. So that's certainly something to think about. And it's not just here we can play arcade games, Juan.
Don't forget to sub and like.
Do that for me, they say.
Welcome to the Battle Hub.
But is there not a,
Don't forget to sub and like.
I thought you were gonna have us vote for something related to Mega Man.
Welcome to the Battle Hub. Don't forget
No.
to sub and like.
And then up there, I noticed there are visuals of various Mega Mans there. And then that collab art between those two. We ain't worried about no winning streak. That's not what we're here. It ain't no thing. But it ain't just in the Battle Hub where you can play arcades. There, you have to let them cycle through the day. But if you've been doing fighter passes and you've been getting the premium fighter passes, you got a whole lot more in the game center. A whole lot. Like Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, Final Fight, Captain Commando, Magic Sword, Heroic Fantasy, Son, Mega Man, The Power Battle, how appropriate, Sidearms, Hyperdyne, Legendary Wings, Vulgus, Savage Bees, Saturday Night Slam Masters, Battle Circuit, Night Warriors, Darkstalker's Revenge, The King of Dragons, 1942, 19XX, The War Against Destiny, Strider, Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, Warriors of Fate, Gunsmoke, Tiger Road, Forgotten Worlds, Ghouls and Ghosts, and the Capcom Sports Club starring basketball, tennis, and soccer. These are all the English ROMs here. In the Capcom arcade stadiums and Capcom fighting collections, you have more choice than just the English ROMs. You also have the Japanese ROMs if you so choose. And then there have been a few console things, last I checked getting into year 2 or 3, I forget. NES Bionic Commando, Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight OG, Mighty Final Fight, and Mega Man 3. Now, if they put the NES Strider here, I would lose my mind. But we're not here for that neither. Now that we've seen things, I'm gonna double check the news. Okay, sometime later, there will be a Street Voter thing for Mega Man, but not right now. This one has to conclude. Now, let's learn about Alex. I still don't have the year 3 pass, though. But I do have Rental Fighter to learn the stuff. We only go in Classic. So let's see about how to effectively play Alex. Now I was hoping that would be the color closer to the regular colors with the green pants. A power character that gets in the opponent's face and brutalizes them with powerful attacks. Control the space with long-reaching attacks, while using forward-moving attacks to close the gap quickly. All from that, or plenty from that stance too. There's that song. While in close, use an array of options from Prowler stance to break down your opponent's defenses. Like the Flash Axe. Flash Axe sounds different than the Flash Chop. A slashing elbow attack to use in combos or check your opponent, and medium can cancel into Prowler stance on hit. The light version combos from a light attack, and you still got the upper hand even if it's blocked. Don't be shy with it. So that's the Flash Elbow. And medium causes a knockdown too. Which means, as I thought, the Flash Chop is on the heavy button. The medium version's got a wider arc and reach and combos from medium attack. Make sure to give them the business with it. If you connect with the attack, you can transition and the Prowler stance for some nasty attack routes. Getting pretty close there, and what a tip there. That feels pretty far away with the medium flash axe, but it still hits. Talking about enhancing games and making them more realistic, but the last game Sarn played was so far away from that, which is funny that it's a game inside a game. So it wasn't Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection then, it was something else entirely. Now we have the Flash Chop. A lunging, swinging attack, and it turns the opponent around if they're on the ground and hit. This one is slow, but packs a punch like you wouldn't believe. You'll spin them right round, leaving them open to all sorts of pain. Go for a power bomb or a weak stump for some wicked damage. And last I checked in Street Fighter V and especially Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, he only says Flash instead of Flash Chop. Even if Flash Chop is blocked, it's still your turn, so keep using it to put the fear into him. Then it's only Flash Chop that gets overdrive. Comes out faster and can combo from light attacks. Yeah, I used both light and medium punches, and it's only an OD Flash Chop. Simple confirm there. That ain't feeling real ideal, but it's just showing that can work. Go, Alex. Whoever you're duking it out with is gonna have a hell of a time hitting back even if they block this attack. Plus, you can shift the Prowler stance when it hits. So to be ready to do other things. Aerial knee smash. Jump into the air and attack with a knee. Immune to jumping attacks. Useful as an anti-air. The light and medium versions won't hit standing on the ground, or won't hit opponents standing on the ground, but it comes out quick. This is the perfect thing to use when someone's trying to get the drop on you from above. Still DP. That's such a look and such a high move there. Quick movement. And what an angle. The heavy version can also nail standing opponents. Combo from a light attack to give them something to remember you by. But it ain't so great at catching people already in the air, so make a note of that. Wow, that's interesting. I think a reason it ain't so great to catch people in the air is because of the startup on the heavy version. You've got no real startup when you're doing light or medium. But when you're going heavy, it's definitely a pause before he makes the jump. He goes further out, but there's still the, whatchamacallit, there's still the startup. I feel like that's better to do than an OD chop. Oh, oops, wrong. Yeah, that's a little better than an OD Flash Chop, or much better because it doesn't use any resources. Then Overdrive, a more powerful version that also hits standing opponents and cannot be recovered from after it hits. Use this as an anti-air or combos to give you an advantage. And it goes fast too. That just looks like it hurts. Starship Troopers Ultimate Bug War. The story is they make a game with the help of Major Samantha on what it's like to fight in the war against the bugs and your first steps to becoming a citizen. Okay, that is very game within the game there. But it's not nearly as realistic. I thought it might have been realistic because of it being based on Starship Troopers. But it's not very realistic looking then. That's a little surprising to me. Now we have the power bomb. Grabs the opponent and drives him into the ground, and can slip through an opponent's guard at close range. No, it always does that. With their back turned, it's power drop. And then, of course, General Rico promoting the game with Major Samantha. That would make sense, despite my not watching any Starship Troopers anything. The startup and range changes with the button pressed. The light version has killer range, while the heavy version is fast. The medium just splits the difference. So that's the distance from light. With light, you can reach from further out. Like the hand's width there, heavy. But you see, it'll actually grab with light. That was hopefully a lot more visible. The hands can touch Ryu, but if it's heavy, then you're not going to grab for some reason. Won't be able to reach with medium there neither. But light, you got. And that's some pain there. And then turn around and can cancel. It's a cancel into the power drop. There's no diff in the damage, so just use what works in each situation. So you get a feel for the throw range, light version's long reach will do you good. If they have their back to you, crunch them with a power drop. It packs a punch and switches sides too. Then overdrive. Big damage and a good balance between range and quick startup. Get a handle on this and you're gonna go places. Power bomb and a big back crunch. Absolutely stomping on the back. What if you go backwards? Or can you? Let me try again. There we go. Feel like you had to do that a little faster. Oh, the surroundings are 3D, but the people and bugs are kind of 2D. It's like a retro game. And it has two modes, Trooper and then Bug, in order to understand how the bugs think. If you grab an opponent from behind, continue to hold them, or continue to hold forward and show them how it's done with Hyper Bomb. That way you can throw them any direction you like. Oh, there is Hyper Bomb there. So there's an OD power drop. But now at the cost of 2 drive bars and no meter, the OD power bomb, the OD power drop becomes the Hyper Bomb. Let me try that again. At the cost of only 2 drive bars or drive blocks and no super meter, a OD power drop when you hold forward becomes Hyper Bomb. And that hurts too. I almost wonder if they're the same damage as well. And that means you don't switch sides. But there is normally one more back suplex It's 2 back suplexes, then a jumping power bomb. Now for Raging Spear, with a tackle from a crouching position. Invincible on startup, so useful to turn the tables. Opponents want to try to hit you, throw you. This one's got invincibility against both, so fold him in half and make him regret messing with you. It's also good to use in combos if you get the chance. I thought that was gonna be... Are we not gonna learn about the Prowler stance yet then? There's already a camera angle change there. Sledge cross hammer. Heavy forward moving lariat and a wall splat when it connects on an airborne opponent. This heavy duty lariat's got invincibility on it, and a dash goes through projectiles, giving you a 159 and 2/3% chance of dealing unheard of pain to their whole existence. What a lariat though. That absolutely hurts. And then that finishing throw there looked like the last part of the critical art that he uses in Street Fighter V. Look, JBL, your clothesline from hell has nothing on this. The clothesline from hell wishes it could be that. If this hits an airborne opponent, it'll smack them against the wall. Do what you gotta do after that, yeah? Just so you know, Overdrive Flash Chop works real well with this attack. Give it a shot sometime. How about like right now? Too bad the aerial knee drop doesn't bounce off the ground. It's probably better that it doesn't. Oh, that can chain as well, the crouching leg kick? I wasn't sure about that. I see that there. Then, still need to boot up Everwind. Just unlocked today. I've been wondering if I should apply for that or not. I could for the adventuring part. It's not necessarily building up a world, although it's base building. So I could consider that. Maybe I should to try and get out of the I couldn't Minecraft mindset. Then Fanatical gave Zarn the key to Crimson Mother Effing Dawn, and it's sitting in Zarn's Steam, taunting him. I bet you wish you could play me now. And Zarnathian wishes that very, very, very much. But it's almost time, my man. So Omega Wing Buster from Overdrive Power Drop. Useful from when you want to maximize your damage output. If you want to finish things up with a bang, this follow-up from Overdrive Power Drop is your best bet. Ain't no getting up from this one. And there's where the Street Fighter 3 Thunderbolts happen, and that is something there. So that calls for 2 bars of drive and 2 bars of meter. And that was very Kenny Omega right there, that finger gun, bang. In fact, isn't his finisher One-Winged Angel? I tapped the 2 buttons long before a transitional period, so it wasn't going to work then. Nor then. During the flip, you can press the 2 punches and get that in. That is very painful too. So there's 2 different level 2s he's got. That's going to be more intensive though. That's half the bar right there, actually. Then the final prison. Zarn saw it on Lurk It, but already ordered everyone back on Kickstarter. You already were that believing in it, weren't you? Now to choke out the opponent after hitting with a flash chop. Effective as a close range reversal or high damage option in combos. This is the best thing in my deep bag of tricks. It's meaner than anything, but you're wide open if you miss. So done, so don't. Make sure you use it when you know it's gonna hit, or use its invincibility to turn the tables. Ryu's trying to tap out, but near death, it's just over. The wind is knocked out of him. No more gimmicks. Man, by using 2 bars of drive and then 2 bars of super, you can do more damage than the final prison. Look at all this damage. That's half health. That's more than this here. Ryu wants out, but Alex won't let him go. But as we've seen, and we'll see again, there are 2 different animations. One if it's going to still continue the fight, or one if it leads to a KO. Just like Akuma's Raging Demon or Wrath of the Raging Demon. No tapping here. He's trying to reach for a rope that ain't there. And the wind is knocked out of him. Now to see some fundamentals. My throws do some crazy damage, but you ain't gonna find many opponents who will just stand there and take it. You'll need to stalk them, hunt them, and leave them no place to escape. Just like what I say before I do any critical or super arts in Street Fighter 3. You can't escape! This is where standing heavy kick plays a big role. It reaches so far it's got its own zip code, and hitting with the tip means you won't eat its counterattack. Always mind your distance in a fight. Want to take things a step further? Use medium attacks. Standing medium kick takes care of low attacks, while crouching medium punch can be cancelled into special moves for bodega quality damage. Bodega like what exists in New York where he's from. When you got someone who sits back and blocks, put him on notice with drive rush into a throw. You can also use a held heavy attack to apply the heat. So you can hold that, nice there. But smart opponents won't just sit there. They're gonna try and bait you out too. They'll be looking for your throws and long-range attacks and jump them. But make mental notes of their habits. If you got a read on their jumps, make them kiss asphalt with aerial knee smash or crouching heavy punch. When you're in Prowler stance, which for whatever reason we haven't been showing you in my fundamentals, you won't have access to those attacks. But Shoulder Launcher will launch him into the air, leaving him open to aerial knee smash. Like this here. And you can move during that. And light kick makes a jump there. There's a shoulder launcher. Then a lariat there. That used to counter, or that used to combo in Street Fighter 5. Then we have some advanced stuff. Let's talk about hunting with Prowler stance. You'll go into a low-profile stance with a truckload of options to choose from. Okay, in advance we're seeing Prowler stance then. And those options are wicked good. You got stuff to sneak through defenses, and others that will overwhelm anyone. They ain't easy to master, but put in the grind and train up, and you'll be an expert in no time flat. Your long-range options are going to be Slashing Elbow and Air Stampede. They work against opponents both in the air and on the ground. There's the Slashing Elbow. And there's the Stomp. Air Stampede. When you're performing Air Stampede, press left or right to control the distance you jump. This makes it rough for anyone to guess which side you'll end up on. Kiseki Trail. I wonder if this can cross up. Doesn't look like it can. Or it'd be very fine. I don't feel like that can cross up, really. I don't think Air Stampede can cross up. That hitbox is also very, very thin. Yeah. That's gonna miss when it crosses the side. It will not cross up. I don't realize when I referenced PSO2 earlier, but today's the day that Ruby first became an ARCS op. March 17th, 2020. 6 years of playing. And that's the original Phantasy Star Online 2. Not Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Ruby wants no part of that. I keep forgetting why, and I almost swear it has to do more with the action and the verticality over the story. But the story was probably better told in the original PSO2 as well. Maybe it's more about the gameplay in New Genesis and the verticality, not just the more standard regular action that still is worthwhile in PSO2. Did the open worldness also give issue as well by chance? When you're up in their face, go for Palm Jab, which can cancel into other attacks. Another option is Heavy Lariat, which can be held to absorb an opponent's attack. Keep mixing things up to lay on some big pressure on them. That combos too. So there's combo-ness there. What was I doing? Oh, right. I can't combo into that. Stepping in the ring with a parry-happy opponent? Mix it up with hyper takedown and dangerous armbar to make them rethink their life decisions. Boy. Okay, so there's a different regular throw there in the Prowler stance. So then dangerous armbar is down. What would the takedown be? Let me find the... I don't see the command list, so I can't try that. Dangerous armbar. What an armbar. But I don't know how to hyper take down though. I want to know how to hyper take down, but the game ain't telling me here. I'm trying different button combinations and they ain't working. But yeah, I can't figure out how to hyper takedown. Prowler stance is a mad good technique, but you gotta tame the beast if you want to succeed. You can enter the stance from a neutral stance, but you can also cancel certain attacks in the Prowler stance too. Use medium flash axe, overdrive flash chop, and target combos to score a knockdown and transition in the Prowler stance. When you're all up in their business, make them block a held heavy attack or a crouching heavy punch, transition in the Prowler stance, and keep pressuring them. Prowler stance isn't all sunshine and rainbows though. You can't block while in that stance, so anyone with a bit of smarts can counterattack you if you get too predictable. Oh, playing Monster Hunter Wilds is more forgiving than New Genesis. Is it? I would not realize this. I don't know how Wilds is more forgiving than New Genesis. Because I have what feels like or seems like an easy time playing New Genesis, but I don't know the forgiving thing between them. What makes Wilds more forgiving than New Genesis, then? I need to know that, because I have an easy time playing both games. There are moves in my arsenal that'll change depending on my opponent's state. This is going to affect how you approach the fight, so listen up. First, if they got their back to you, hitting them with a Bleach Stomp or Power Bomb is going to give you some different looks. Hit them with a Bleach Stomp from behind, and you'll throw them the next Thursday. And what a hurt there. What a thunderbolt there. Can't find any way to combo into that. Man, that hurts. With Power Bomb, it'll shift to a different throw, which lets you switch sides. Don't think hitting someone from behind is easy though. After a flash chop and scoring a counter hit with heavy lariat are your best chances. Just remember you're gonna have to work for those chances. A few attacks from Prowler stance have a couple of nice surprises if you can land a counter or punish counter. That was certainly surprising there. Man, another arm bar and then throwing them over with the arm. They'll give you chances to follow up with more attacks or shift to damaging throws. They may be the difference between whether you're a champ or a chump. Whenever you're lost, just head into training or refer to the command list to study up. That's it for the guide there. That is a lot of stuff there with Alex. And here's to hoping I can get this done within the half hour. I don't imagine it, but I'm still going to go for it. So let's see. Those attacks are familiar. Let me instead actually do his taunts before I go any further. That notification stuff is in the way, so I gotta do it again. Mind if I loosen up a bit, he asks. And this is a familiar thing here. A taunt in Street Fighter 3, but then a V skill in Street Fighter 5 last I checked. I'm too scared of cracking my neck like that, because what if, can't people accidentally crack their neck and then crack it to their death? I'm too scared to do that the way he just did there. So he doesn't have a down taunt here. That's all right. I want to see something. Okay, it's not like Street Fighter 3. Last I checked, what does Alex's personal action do in Street Fighter 3 to buff him? You do taunts in that game, you actually get some buffs. Street Fighter 3 personal actions and what they do. So Alex, his attack power would increase. And then it would keep him in taunt to build power to a limit. And then repeatedly, it builds attack power, maxing out after the fourth taunt. So let's see here. No, I helped that, but it didn't do anything different. That's all right. Or break it or mess it up and stay alive with a new problem or pain to live with. You're talking about the neck thing. I didn't think about that. That's another possibility as well. Break it or mess it up and stay alive with the new issue to live with the neck. But NGS can't use ally companions, had to adapt to upgrading things, overwhelming gameplay. Please do be honest like you were here. I appreciate that honesty. Now I know there are certain battle zones where there are gonna be allies in place of actual people, but it's not the same as selecting allies to come with you into an instance stage or something like that. You would have a lot more choice in the original PSO2. Had to adapt to upgrading things. I don't remember enough about upgrading things in PSO2, come to think, so I'd have to see about that for myself. Overwhelming gameplay. There can be overwhelming gameplay. I myself don't feel overwhelmed, but I could see it with the how much stuff can go on at once. A lot of flash, a lot of people doing things and then going through enemies instead of like walking into an enemy and not actually being stopped. So there can be a lot of overwhelm there from what I can gather. Most of the time you have to adapt to harder things like how starting up the game. What's hard about starting up the game? Because I may not realize what's hard about starting up New Genesis. And reasons that you don't like Zenless Zone Zero neither. Not a fan of games that don't have difficulty settings. If anything, with some quests and things, there are difficulty settings, but with the main story and... Well, no, it's more the main story, you don't have difficulty options, but the quests, which is how PSO2 does things to begin with, absolutely difficulty options last I checked. So there's a target combo. So that has to be a counter hit then. Yeah. It's a target combo that only combos on counter. That can be a problem. So, I'm going way too far with this one in joking that you're not a fan of Dark Souls, but you would sure play, last I checked, Neo or Sekiro or Stranger Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. I swear they, not Sekiro, Neo or Wo Long Fallen Dynasty or Stranger Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. I swear they all have difficulty options. So with that logic and going the mile with the inch you gave me, you'd play those over Dark Souls. But I am being completely putting words in your mouth in the wrong way. Don't listen to me regarding that. Oh no, it's standing like kick. That's why I got that messed up. That's a big kick though. And that's more of what I need to do. And that's more startup. Oh no, I don't need that. I need the other move. That's what I need. Then punish counter. Then cancel. That'll keep pushing backwards. Then a block here. Next. Simple and worth using. Medium punch will keep them vulnerable enough, or so I would think. And it had to be a standing medium punch for the trial, but a crouching medium punch would work just as well. As you see, medium or crouch, or standing or crouching. The same damage. So I gotta be fast there. Not that. Not crouching either. That's what I need to do. Let me see here. That's punish counter though. A third of health there. I wonder why I go with that if not stay on the same side. Palm there. And then get ready in the prowler stance there. So I gotta wait, I can't just cancel right into that. I gotta actually recover before I can do the knee drop. Then stomp, bounce them in the air, and then do heavy. So is that teaching me to cross under then? No. And not the elbow, last I checked. Oh boy. If anyone hits with a hold there, that would hurt. Bounce them off the wall and then do this here. And that gets him plenty of airtime as it is. That's simple for an intermediate combo there. Sounds like gotta knock away. Yeah, knock in the air. Let me check something here. Okay, so you do have to wait just a little bit. Make sure that second hit connects. There we go with that. What a spin. I gotta recover. Okay, that's not half. That's not half though. Overhead. That's calling for a lot of drive rushing there. I gotta be real quick on the fingers here. I got that in though. But that don't feel very practical. I don't think I like how that feels there. Here, let me keep working on this while I still have the rental available. There's that. Then combo there. I gotta be quick on that. Yeah, you gotta be quick there, but it doesn't use any meter to do. Oh, it's going in the punish counter here. I wonder. I think that only hit once. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on when you hit both or hit heavy kick twice there. No, not yet. How does that reach? Okay. Now that's going to be different there. But you got to be quick on it. You got to get into that prowler stance quick too. That's what that is here. And then it's forward, the elbow. Get them in the air. I can get this here. Then catch like that. That can be a lot too. Stay in there. Get another flash chop there. That one I had to actually do quick. Critical timing is right after the first flash chop. Gotta be real quick on that. Damn. I was getting there though. I can't be doing that though. I'm slow there. And it is a crouching light punch. I was totally doing level 2 there. There we go. I knew I would get it. I did say I'd get it. A lot of resources. Okay, punish counter. Transition smoothly into the Prowler stance. I'd love for this to be the last, but I don't think it will be. I gotta be careful there. This is going to be real technical to do here, and then I'll catch up with Chad once I'm done with all the trials. I do want to catch up with Chad, of course. Almost there. But I feel like I should be doing that instead of tapping forward. Yeah, I gotta hit the mediums for that. But I have to get my hands trained. But can I do all this as soon as I'd like? I went a little too hard on the drive rushes there. I didn't need a drive rush there. I'm not believing enough here. Then I went forward on that medium punch. I'm going for things, but I'm crossing wires. Main medium kick. I want to get this trial too. And I don't want any ads interrupting while I'm going for it here. We do not need any of that. Now let me snooze these dumb ads nobody really wants. Let's try this again. I was almost there. I know I can do it. Will this be used in a real match, though, is the question. An elbow and then the light. Getting the wrong buttons together. A little slow there, but I'm getting the situation. I'm getting the separations here. Couldn't think, I hesitated. I didn't believe I had the elbow out. Hesitating. Let's see here. I feel better using the buttons though. Hesitated again. Almost. I almost had that. Then I didn't believe in that neither. And I didn't think about that. Didn't believe. Didn't believe. A lot of this is because I'm not believing in myself here. I need to believe in me. I believed, but I was just out of reach that time. Wrong elbow. That was the first time I had that problem. There we finally go. But we're not done yet. Okay, that's too soon then. Okay, then crouch and this. Let me get this though. I don't feel like I need to snooze just yet. Not high enough in the air though. Don't need to do that too soon. It's almost like I gotta be closer to the wall to really do this, though. And not a slash this time around. I'm trying to slash too much from the previous trial. This is still easier than the other trial I just did here. But I still want to move in further. I have to get that down, and I do have to snooze now. I'll do it though. Oi. That's such a big kick though. But he's not high enough, though. That was high enough, though. This should be it here. Linking of this. Okay, this should be how to do it then. Oh, I didn't hit the medium. I gotta be better about that there. I gotta be better about that. Then I had that. Come on. Oh, come on! I was right there and the rental period ended. That's awful. I was supposed to have that before it was over. That was the last one I needed and I messed up right at the end. It would have been awesome to have run out right as the last trial was done. Oh, well. I know this is still simple to do. I'm struggling, but it's still simple. Just because I'm struggling doesn't mean it's not simple. If I could have done this right before the rental period ended. Man, I wish I would have done that just a few moments earlier. There's still time to do arcade mode, though. After another dumb ad break that nobody really wants, but a lot of the world would rather have than deal with 30 seconds of ads when getting into a room. So please pardon these dumb ads nobody wants, and I'll make sure to get the webcam off this time. Now we can see about Alex's story before we go find him and train from him in World Tour. So I'm not sure I want to play Alex here. I don't think I really do, but I want to know his story though. All these colors here are more like what he was back in the day, and these are just darker. I want the back in the day colors, really. But I need to catch up with chat, though. I forgot about that. People were not happy here.
I don't care how popular this guy is around here. Brother should have put up more of a fight so you got your money's worth. Oh yeah!
That ain't great for him.
Guys like me can make some good cash putting their bodies on the line. Besides, I'm used to being hated. It's not a bad gig, though. Lately, I can't help but thinking. I need a real test to see how strong I really am. You know, outside of my job. It seemed like a lifetime ago that I was spending my time fighting in the streets. If I kept doing that, I wonder where I'd be now.
I don't remember him being hated, though. I really don't.
USA.
And why don't I go look for a chat, though? See one game face there. And I forget those are weights. So what were people saying while I was locked in on all the trials there? Or people that demand you play on a setting or a certain way because to them it isn't how it's meant to be played. Like Elden Ring with those pets or whatever they are. People demanding other people not to play using pets because that takes away from the true experience. They're in game. They're there to be experienced. So why not make use of everything at your disposal? There is nothing wrong with that. But what if a person needs to be reminded they should have checked Trivago with the ad stuff? Maybe they had the chance, but you don't even have to ask that because you never go unsubbed here. You never have to worry about checking Trivago. In fact, you probably do check Trivago. You've probably heard it so many times or few enough times that you know to go there and check for the same room with hundreds of different prices from all kinds of different sites, even your favorite one, possibly something like $100 less. You'd already know that so soon because you, my sir, are a smart man with money as it is. You would already know hotel, Trivago. So we don't got to worry about you there with that. It must be light kick. That's a that. And rush in with the power bomb. Then he moves the camera out of the way. You do a good job of putting pressure on your opponent, but it wasn't enough. I don't remember him being hated. Has he been hated? And that may as well be like a sad or a disappointed look on him. But as far as I can think, there's no way to really combo in a flash chop. Hyper bomb, though. Those kicks are impressive. It's obvious he trained a lot. And the truck again. It ain't here you see Travago commercials, but you do see it a ton in other channels that you're not subbed to. So you still get some reminders then. But I can't think of what would combo though. Let me see if I could combo a drive rushed heavy punch into a crouching heavy punch into a flash chop. There's an actual smile on his face. Like here, we do not need hyper realism. This is close enough as it is. We do not need DLSS 5 for this. There's a combo there. There's some combo stuff there. A heel doesn't need buddies. That's definitely mean.
Japan.
So what's his destined fight with Ryu, who was his rival in Street Fighter 3? So peaceful for him.
A familiar face. You've changed. Is that why you're here?
Don't know if I've changed or not. Just been thinking. What if I lived a life like yours? Living alone, only dependent on yourself.
Do you have any doubts?
No, I don't. I'm good just the way I am.
It's reassuring to hear you say that. You look determined. In that case, you won't be needing this, right?
Nah, man. That's a whole different story.
So what goes on here?
Let us begin.
Yeah.
Oh, the cross chop is a thing. What a back-breaking stump there. Whenever I fight you, I feel like there's something I can almost see on the horizon.
Oh,
Who's Patricia?
welcome back, hun.
Hey,
You're hurt.
nah, it's nothing.
Did you win today?
Yep. Ain't many people that can beat me.
Aren't we the tough guy? You hungry?
I'm good. No need to get up.
Whatever you say.
Girlfriend or wife with baby on the way.
You okay?
Someone's active today. Here, come listen.
That's okay.
And he must be nervous.
Oh, come on. Here.
There's the heartbeat of a healthy baby.
Well,
What? She kicked me.
Alex Winger goes down for the count. I've never seen a kick like it. I know she'll grow up to be strong, just like her daddy.
Yeah. I know she will.
Surely like Mel will in the case of Ken. Apparently, people have issue with this ending here. I have no idea why, so I'm gonna check what Event Hubs says other people say about it. And almost breaks launch record of Street Fighter 6 with Alex's release. So, what was the issue here? Confused and disgusted about the ending here. The man with no allies. A massive change in relationship with Patricia, who apparently was in Street Fighter 3. It involved him getting revenge, Street Fighter 3, for the injury of his friend Tom at Gil's hands. And Tom has been a father figure to Alex. This Tom may have been Alex's adoptive father. And Alex describes Tom as his father during the world tour, as we're going to learn. And then a close-knit relationship between Alex and Tom's daughter, Patricia, that we just saw. People have long believed Patricia would be Alex's adoptive sister, and it was depicted in various forms of unofficial Street Fighter media like the Udon comics. And then there's something else revealed, which now I can see where issue may be. World Tour will also mention that Tom is a cousin of Alex's mom. So, let me see here. Tom is a cousin of Alex's mom and also the father, the blood father of Patricia, the effective adoptive father of Alex. So in a way, they'd already be related in an adoptive sense. But then, if Tom is cousins with Alex's mom, then Alex already has some of Tom's blood. And by extension, already got blood shared with Patricia. And as I say all this, I see where issues lay. I see where problems can be. I'll keep reading. Alex and Patricia always had what felt like a platonic familial bond. And then there's also an age gap to be seen between them, apparently. Patricia was significantly younger than Alex due to their portrayals in Street Fighters 3 and 5. And then it shows Street Fighter 6 artwork with Alex as a kid holding Patricia as a baby. Apparently, Alex considers Tom his dad, but not Patricia as sister. And they may have been, in fact, married and now have the child, a daughter. So that's definitely some confusion going on there. I see confusion and concerns. Now I get it. We're still going to see it in the World Tour here. Oh boy.
Congratulations!
And speaking of Alex and Patricia, and look at all the toys he's got for their daughter. And there's how he looked in what I swear was year 1 of Street Fighter V, the first season. And then that's gotta be, I don't know which Street Fighter 3, but that's gotta be some Street Fighter 3 there. All those pencilings, it all makes sense. And then that, I swear, is art we'd see on the Street Fighter Alpha anthology. The way Ryu's doing his Shoryuken is very, very evident about that. We're done there, so why don't we go into the World Tour now? I, of course, had been grinding, and now I'll grind some more. Well, not grind. No, I won't grind. Now we'll go through more story. To do that, I have to go back to the Beat Square, to the apartment, and go to One Fateful Day. So let's go over to the apartment that we're allowed to stay in. And why don't I actually change my shade, not my shades, my glasses to the helmet. Oh no, I'd have the helmet on still. But can't see through that. I can still have the glasses on. Oh yeah, I never did do Banshee's Last Cry stuff, and I wouldn't have cared to anyway. That's too much for me. I could put this on. Do I have any skin-tight pants? Any tapered pants? I don't think I need anything else to my knowledge. A bodysuit would be cool, but I don't think that's as helpful. Only because I'm missing the arms. I need to cover my arms too. But I don't think I have anything that'll really help with that. Well, I mean, I could do that, but it's too bad I can't change the color on it. Because I want black with blue trimmings, and I can't have that for real. That could almost be something with Remy's jacket, but I won't mess with it. If only I had Mega Man EXE's shoes, that'd make it even better. Or his boots, rather. That's just too clashing, though. So that's probably the closest I can think of. I'd have to get another pair of Urban Runners and change those colors. Then what about any blue gloves? I'd probably change those to blue. Not an operative's gloves, though. I need to change those to blue. Probably not a skateboard on my back, neither. I don't have no energy pack, so I could put on some kind of backpack. Probably not a basket, though. I could just put on Rashid's backpack and call it okay enough. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. Rashid's backpack will do here. Now let's go back to One Fateful Day, and when I remember I'm missing things here. I don't know that I'm worried enough about them. I ain't doing Street Fighter's Last Cry, though. We're doing Wrestle Metro. Wild Wrestling Wild Wrestling Entertainment instead of World Wrestling Entertainment. That's fun to think about there. And I've become Marisa's, Zangief's, E Honda's, and Sagat's student, so I'm all good there. So let's go Wrestle Metro in One Fateful Day. That'll be fun enough. And of course it'd be at Hagar Stadium. It just makes sense. Look at them wrestlers there. So, Giant Pile Driver, Ultimate Submariner, and that's not Commando Captain. Someone else was Commando Captain 2 years ago. That ain't no Commando Captain. I don't need no double KO gun, so I won't worry about it.
Hey.
I'm sorry, but I am just so absolutely swamped. Breaking up fights, stopping scalpers, making sure invited guests are happy and everything. And Jean isn't here yet. Just where is that woman? Hey, we totally did you a solid back during the Novice League, right? If you wanted to pay us back, maybe you could go and get Jean for us? If she's lost, my gut tells me she might be somewhere in Chinatown. It's a bit of a maze back there after all. And my hair spikes are going to go through the jacket. But I'm not going to worry enough about that. We can just fast travel. Hong Hu Men. But I need to make sure I make room for something somewhere. And I think I'm all good with it, actually. Where are you, Jean? There's Jean there, but that's not the Jean. I ain't trying to fight no copy fighters. There's two different Jeans to think about there. I ain't worried about any of this here.
What can I do for you?
Oh my! You came just for me? Thank you, honey. I seem to have managed to get myself lost. Please, lead the way. Is it an escort mission? No. Good. Uh-oh. Looks like they're getting into it, huh? Well, I'm not about to sit around and do nothing. So, what about this here? Junk disc? No. No need for any of that.
Indeed.
That giant idiot just runs at this guy without caring. The fight's over before anything interesting can happen. But Andre's whole thing is about faking the throw and going for strikes. That's the interesting part. You're both wrong. He'll win like a good professional would. He'll approach straight on and throw them into next Tuesday. You both are so deep in your cups, you have no idea what you're talking about. Let's wake you up with a battle. So I don't have to escort them, but I do have to defend them. That's not a big deal. But I probably ought to pay attention to what World Tour mission there might be, so to get more kudos, so to up my battle rank.
Oh, yeah.
Andre wasn't much liked around town when he was a kid, but he always tried his best no matter what. I'd always give him the extras when I made too much for dinner, like I often did. In a way, it may be thanks to me that he grew so big and became a wrestler. How about that, huh? But we gotta talk again.
What's up?
Sorry for the detour. Let's get back to the stadium. Uh-oh. More arguments here somewhere. There's no way you're going to use all this stuff. You're some of those scalper people, aren't you? It's called supply and demand, lady. Now get out of my face, Normie. That's not going to work on me. I'm telling you to stop that. This is for people who can't come themselves. If anything, we're doing everyone a service. If you buy this much, the people who are here won't even be able to buy any.
No way.
Shut up already, will you? Get lost.
What do I do?
If you won't change your mind, it sounds like you may need to be punished instead. That is very unfair to the people who are actually here. So we're about to make it a little fairer for people. Even if they keep hitting. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do just a tiger uppercut.
Looking good!
That'll teach those guys for jacking up the price tenfold. Don't ever let me catch you buying merch from these punks. Don't ever let me catch you buying merch from punks like these. Got it? Here, before I do anything else, let me go look at the challenges. Okay, I've done it already. It won't reset until Friday.
Hello.
I'm no spring chicken, you know. I don't know how long I've got left. But when I see that Andre do his thing, I feel like I can run a marathon. Maybe I'll treat him to one of my meals for old time's sake if he wins tonight.
See.
Oh, silly me. We were in a hurry. Let's go, shall we? Unfortunately, I don't see him winning. Thanks for bringing Gene back here. I appreciate the assist. I heard about the fight and those scalpers too. That's our reigning champ for you, huh? With that, we should be all good to start the match. Feel free to watch the match before you go. Now come on, Gene. You don't want to miss it. Here comes the match then. In the final fight font style.
And his opponent, the Dark Devil himself, the man with no allies, Alex Winger.
Oh, there was thunder there for that too, just like Street Fighter 3's font.
A mighty titan is on the move. Can the devil himself survive this oncoming onslaught? Oh!
Big drop kick. People aren't happy about this. There's a fridge raging too.
Shut up! They already rang the bell.
Despite his size, he's fast. Big headbutt. Then all the big strength to lift him. Let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go. It's over.
Too easy. Just the best this city has. Nothing but chumps around here.
But I'm impressed. I'm the only one on his side, it seems. That knife may as well have been not the final fight, but I don't think it was. I think someone just really wanted to kill or injure Alex. So, volunteering instead of volunteering, that works very much.
Come to think of it,
The heel tonight really knew how to get the crowd pumped up. My blood was pumping and I didn't even know him. I'd never thought of entertaining people by making them hate you instead of the other way around. I don't want to do that. I have no desire to be a heel. If people want to hate me for caring about humans and thinking that there should be equality in more places than there are, raise the minimum wage, make less of a pink tax than there is, support and encourage LGBTQ plus people to be their truest selves. If all that makes me a heel, then I'm here for it. Now to talk to Gene again. But there's a new thing in the leopard print tank top. The defeat in 3 hits, huh? I think I got an idea. After initiating with a master action, too. I've got an idea. After a master action in less than 3 hits. Why didn't I get the lever print top, though? Did it have to be actually in 3 hits, or not under? Sweet Andore tried so hard, only for all that to happen to him. I just feel so peeved off. Sorry for the language. That Alex boy better hope that I never find him. I won't die until I see that little rat lose. Next time there's a match, I'm rooting for the other guy as hard as I can. Imagine that being me, the other guy. And we've got Final Fight Andore on a shirt and Street Fighter 3 Alex on a shirt. Pretty fun there. Oh, that's Tom. That kid. He may be one of mine, but sometimes he surprises even me with his attitude.
For real, man?
Now he's gone up and left without even saying thank you to everyone first. Guess that may say more about my parenting than him. Still, that match got a little nasty there.
What things I do.
I'm worried that someone angry and stupid may try something if they find him. Not that Alex would be in trouble. Not that Alex would be in trouble. But someone may get hurt. That kid doesn't know how to hold back after all. The staff here told me that you know a lot about this town. So I've got a favor to ask. I'd like you to go find Alex. Can you do that for me? I mean, that is the whole point of why I'm here after all. I'm trying to show Andore on one half of the shirt and then Alex on the other half right there. Final Fight, then Street Fighter 3, and you can see the differences in the pixels there. And it makes all the sense. The older arcade Final Fight pixels, and then the newer, more smoother animated pixels of Alex there. I'm fine with all that. So what clues would I have to even go find them, though? Alex is a big fan of cars and messing around with tuning them. Know any places like that? I do. You know what? I probably should turn off the music while all this is going on here. I didn't even think about that. Okay, I turned it off. No, I didn't turn it off. I need to turn it off, though. There we go. I should have thought of turning that off when I got back into this. But it's been so long since a character, it wouldn't come to mind. This ain't the junkyard here. It's further down, so I probably could have fast traveled, but I've already gone such a way I may as well just finish it up. But junkyard is definitely a lead. Abigail's scrap metal. Frankly, Abigail should be angry about Alex beating Andore. Here's a Mad Gear Butterfly.
What's up?
A wrestler with blonde hair? We just had a guy like that come in and buy a couple parts. But the second some of the boys saw him, they took him downtown. I guess I'll go for the Mad Gear Butterfly here. Defeat with a special move. Let's do that then. Gotta get that fancy motor oil, because that may be the thing that Alex loves. High quality oil that will lubricate and prevent rust in even the harshest of circumstances. That's 10W40 oil right there. And I ought to be working more and more on the fighter pass just to get it out of the way. Downtown here, and Alyssa was part of it. Alex? Screw that! I'm not dead yet! I can keep fighting! Who said I can't? Okay, they want a piece of me here. Easy. There ain't no difficulty here, but it's still way easy. It's you. Sorry about that. I was supposed to deliver that punk Alex over to the Andore family. But as you can see, we got our butts kicked and he got away. No idea where he is now, but the Andore family is in Urban Park. I probably can just fast travel there. I'll go from here since seeing on the side there. So let's go over and find him in the park. Find them in the park, rather. I'll be happy to learn about Alex's part in his story, or his story as portrayed in 6. What if I feel like getting that up there, though? None of that gets me up there. Not as easily as it should. Why didn't that get me up there? Why isn't that getting me up there? Should it be Tomahawk Buster then? That at least goes angled forward. Yeah. Then I'll sumo headbutt. Then grab this. And actually talk to the Andore family. They look pretty similar. Yeah. Alex, you said? What? You one of his buddies or something? Those were some dirty tricks your boy pulled back there. Hey, I ain't say nothing. You came to a very fast conclusion. Punish at the end of that roll. I can only punish at the end of the roll there. And jumps in and throws. And I didn't mean for that again. That's too easy for me to do. Then instead of father, there's an Uncle Andore as well. What a throw there. Uh-oh. Whoa! You don't fight like that demon at all. I get it now. You hate that Alex guy too, right? He's up in the crow's nest. Feel free to do what you will. So where's the crow's nest then? Is it a restaurant then? And they'll get some drinking in when they feel like it too. Then I get very little zenny there. I thought someone was there with a cape or something, but no. I don't think I can go high enough with the Tomahawk Buster. No. So there's only one real way out of there. Or two. There's only one from here. I ought to pop that. Even though a bronze nugget don't sell for much, and I don't need nothing money-wise, or zenny-wise, rather. So let's get into the crow's nest here. Oh, that's where the crow gang is.
What's up?
The hell you want? The hell you want? Alex is busy. Go home already. Alex's old man is looking for him? Fine. I'll take you on up. Okay, so I don't have to fight him then. There's a Street Fighter 3 outfit there and a whole lot of weight. When I would not know him as the man with no allies. Look at all his working out. The glistening sweat and the steam coming off of him.
Your local job lost. Come to congratulate me?
And learn from you.
You better do it now.
Those horns like from Street Fighter 3.
96, 97, 98,
Downward dog push-ups.
100. You're not here to say thanks.
No, I'm fine. I want to learn from you.
You don't want an autograph either. Then you're not a fan. You're a weird one. Ah, I see. Now, I know what you're here for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a Street Fighter 3 1 and 2 stage? Because I saw that flag on the back. I do not remember where he fights in the first two games. But I know we ain't in the subway here. A real jazzy take, or even more jazzy take on this theme. But there ain't no critical moment like that in Street Fighter 3. Music don't go like that in 3. Or Alpha.
Guess this city ain't that bad. A lot of people with swagger that need to be humbled. So, anyone worth a damn ends up here. Am I wrong? You know, I might just stick around.
So he's gonna stick around here. Now that we fought, I think I got a good idea of what your deal is. I ain't your teacher or nothing. More like a training partner. Get me? I can give you tips on stuff I spot, too. As long as you're cool with that, swing by anytime you want. So now I'll be learning from him. I ain't trying to use his style. Right now, what I'm trying to do is get my health back up to max here. Or close enough to it. Then put a whole lot of style experience into him. Now for a whole lot of transference. First, Luke into Alex. There's a little bit on him there. Then Jamie. A little bit on him too. Then Manon. Not as much, but a little something there. Kimberly. Nothing there, effectively. Marisa. She's got a good bit on her. Lily. A little bit on her. The bastard JP. He's got some on him. Judy. There's a good bit on her. DJ, good bit on him. Cammy, not nearly enough on her. Skip and go to E Honda. He's got more than a bit on him. He's a bit loaded. Blanca, decent number. Guile, decent number. Ken, decent enough. Chun-Li, not much to her. Zangief, better than decent. Dawson, better than decent there too. Then Ed, little. Sagat, a little more than a little. Crimson Viper, a little more than a little. And then we go to Ryu. With all this here. And he's at 20. Okie dokie. Alex is a young wrestler considered to be the next big thing. Debuted with adoptive father Tom as trainer, but was quickly made a heel due to his perceived surliness. So I guess he's been a heel for forever and I wouldn't know it. A wrestling style based mostly on pro wrestling techniques that break down the opponent with overwhelming power and toughness. We all good there. But I did not realize how much past 2 hours it actually has been. So that means I need to be doing something, and it would be a good idea to do. We have all kinds of screens as it is, but still, getting away from at least some big screens would probably be a better idea than not, if I had to guess. So we're still getting away from at least any of this here for a bit. And then we'll actually spend time with Alex. So Stretch, leave yourself, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll spend time with the man. trying to get some stuff situated. Took a little longer than I'd like, of course. But now we're gonna bond with Alex. Probably after I actually give him gifts.
Excuse me?
A gift? You care about that stuff, yo? Don't really get the point. Thanks anyway. Well, I ain't saying no to a gift, so thanks. I'll wait to give him this, but that is so Magic the Gathering and it's funny.
So,
You brought me something again? He should really dig this fancy motor oil. Not all oil is good for everything, you know.
good.
Well, I'll use it if I can find a place for it.
So,
Oh, I thought that would be better. I don't think it is, though.
oh yeah.
You know any big hosses that can put up a decent fight? That Andore guy is big, but he ended up being a pushover.
And so,
I want to spar with a real heavyweight. Introduce me if you know anyone. Okay, so I should go see Irresistible Force, Immovable Object. But I should also go tell Alex, or tell Tom where Alex is, too. So let's go over and do that real quick, finish that up. I had forgotten about that after getting all the stuff from him. And now having the opportunity to meet up with him. What video game news is there to share? Oh, the Steam not summer. It also starts with S, but the Steam Spring Sale starts on Thursday. Is there anything anybody wants to get on that sale or hope will be on that sale? Because I'm not sure of anything on my end.
Nice.
You found him. On top of the crow's nest? And there's a bodyguard, but he'll let me by? That boy always picks the weirdest hangouts.
Big ups.
Anyways, thanks for the help. I appreciate it. Is he gonna go up there now? Combat gloves, lukewarm beer, and wrench. A lot of all that. Now for Irresistible Force, Immovable Object. So another heavyweight fighter. Then get info from Tom and become the student of a heavyweight. So maybe I ought to go back up there then. Maybe I'll get a tip from him. Because I ain't seen no Zangief anywhere unless I end up being able to fly over to Russia. But I'm gonna go talk to Alex first. There ain't nothing there to worry about. Going up to see Alex? Alright, I'll take you up there. Just don't go sniffing around anywhere else. Crimson Desert Thursday. It will not be long. Hey, Alex. You found yourself a nice little place to train here. Yeah. I'm surprised you found it. Uncommon Soul here filled me in. Think you'll be sticking around here for a while then? I think I'm gonna chill here a while longer. Our new friend is real solid in the ring. It's gonna be fun. There is a trailer for Dune 3, so that's something worth noting. That Lego Zelda Ocarina of Time, the final battle set. That's something to think about too. Tomorrow will be a trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day. Never thought I'd see the day you'd start teaching someone. I guess I'll stick around and see how you do. Or more like training partners.
Yo.
You became Alex's student, did you? Ah, he says that's not the case. He's just being shy. He's taking a real shine to you.
Right.
He may have told you himself, but Alex is the son of a good friend of mine. After his folks died, I started looking after him myself. Him and my girl Patty have been inseparable ever since they were kids. He took great care of her too, always taking it on himself to protect her. That may be surprising if he took his attitude at face value. He always means well. There were times they didn't get along so much, of course. But I think Patty always loved Alex.
For real, man?
Alex, on the other hand, only had a mind for training or cars, the dense idiot.
Yes, so...
Before I knew it, they were married. And if he's cousin of Alex's mom, that means Alex and Tom share blood, and that means Alex and Patty share blood. So them being married definitely raises a whole lot of red flags. That is definitely concerns. Being raised like brother and sister, but actually being cousins, though. Or some removed cousin or some other kind of relative. There is still issues to be had. Part of me was surprised, but another part couldn't imagine anything else. They're both as important to me as they ever were. Glad things turned out the way they did. Why am I not getting info from Tom, though? Now I will. Want to know anything else? Let's ask about heavyweight fighters.
What is it?
Heavyweights? Alex is itching for a fight, is he? Unfortunately, I can only really speak for what I've heard around the gym. Who do you want to hear about? Let's start with the Russian wrestler.
Yeah.
If I'm thinking pure mass, Zangief is the first person who comes to mind. He's a wrestler from Russia. He has matches every now and again at the stadium, so you may be able to find him and his people around.
Yo, what is it?
Need more info again? Sure, I don't mind. Now let's hear about the Italian fighter.
Yeah.
I heard there's a fighter from Italy who will even grapple with lions. Apparently, her muscles are out of this world. Sounds like a good match if Alex wants someone big.
Yo, what is it?
Then the sumo wrestler.
Yeah.
I've heard the sumo wrestlers from Japan make it their job to get as big as possible. Maybe one of them would be a good experience.
Yo, what is
Then
it?
one more. The man known as the Emperor.
Yeah.
I've heard stories about a man they called the Emperor who's supposed to be gargantuan. He used to work for an evil organization, but he's since left it and lives alone in a remote mountain region. So do I need to go talk to them, or do I talk to him? I can't go anywhere else.
Yo.
Things didn't work out between Patty's mom and I. We went our separate ways. I think the whole thing was pretty tough on Patty.
However,
Even still, she never gave up on her old pops. I don't deserve her, if you ask me. I always knew Patty would have to leave the nest someday, and I was ready for things to get a little lonelier. Then she ended up with Alex, and I didn't have to worry about that anymore.
damn it.
They're just about the best kids you could ask for as a dad. But if they're treated as brother and sister and they marry, isn't that kind of really bad or worrying kids with potentially mental issues? There's still some way they share blood. That's not leaving my head.
Oh,
You've got someone for me. Well, before I read that, let me catch up here. Zarn is not sure about sales. Got so much of a backlog, and he knows Crimson Dawn will devour him a bit. Is it Crimson Dawn or Crimson Desert? I thought it was Crimson Desert all this time. But Veilguard looks so noms on PS5 Pro, and they're using the PSSR 2 that got updated. I just heard about that, and I don't know what it is, so I should really look into it because as a PlayStation player, it should be relevant, unless it's only for the PS5 Pro. Let me see here. PSSR2 improves image quality and performance on the Pro. So I only have a base 5, so this doesn't matter to me. And it's alright, we were talking the same game there. That kind of slip up can happen to anybody. The important thing is we were talking about the same game. You think you said Dawn before that also. And the game crashed. No, it didn't. I don't know what happened, why it blanked out like that, but it didn't crash at least. Let's introduce him to Zangief. You've got someone for me to meet?
How about?
Alright, let's do this. Let's go meet the big muscly bear man. I'll give him a ring. But then why are we going to Italy though? He is there. Zangief, huh? He's definitely got the size. My body is so much more than size. You will only understand that I am made of steel after you tangle with me. Or better yet, you can see it standing by my side.
Not bad.
A tag team with you? Now that sounds like fun.
How about?
You hear that? This is gonna be a rough one. So don't hold back, got it? I'm taking on 2 big deal wrestlers. And then I get stumped there. And I do not want to be pincered by the both of them. And I forget about that animation there. They are hurting though. What a good sport Zangief can be. That's the kind of man meat that you want to see on your side of the ring and not the other.
Gotcha.
I learned a lot. Thanks for the help. Anyways, ready to head back? And I hope we do fight the others. And Zarn did finish Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, so one less backlog. First off, let me mute me and make sure to do this for you because you more than deserve it. That's the most important thing there. Less important, do you intend to get every trophy or achievement? Do you want to go that far?
Oh.
And now let's introduce him to E Honda. I'll go next.
How about?
We don't have to go out of town for this one. I'll just give him a ring. Oh no, we're going to Japan then. Never mind. He's in Ryu's space, and Ryu doesn't mind it at all. Whether or not he's there. A sumo wrestler. You know, I feel like I dreamed about fighting one a long time ago. In fact, when I did, he wasn't even around until much later. I think it might have been in a bathhouse, and from the outside of everything, it sounded like it wasn't a great time to be a street fighter, but apparently over time it did get better. Talk about a nightmare going up against him and another dude just as big as him.
How about?
That makes this a rematch. Let's do this, Uncommon Soul. Well, what's this all about? Oh, he's not. It's gonna be us against him. No critical. No punish counter though. But I'm too tall at times. I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this.
What's wrong? You ain't running your mouth now!
All the booze though. Zarn is not sure about doing it. Doesn't think he ever did 100% achievement on Steam. You know what? I think you have said you've done very few, if any, ever. And I forget what your first one was. You did won at least a platinum trophy last I checked, or something similar. But not very many. You have mentioned that now that I think about it. But I can't remember what it was. It had to be some game that meant a lot to you. So I don't think it was Wild Hearts. I wonder if it was some Dragon Quest game, if it wasn't Dragon Quest XI, but I don't think it was. Oh, you have a few platinums on PSN, but maybe not Steam. Man, do I need to... Actually, though, there's Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 to consider. But I have got to learn the joys of Slay the Exile, though. I really, really, really do. When will I, though, is my question. Steam says you've gotten 3 perfect games. A demo had that, but these don't feel like as real games, but The Walking Dead Season 2 is the closest to that. The Walking Dead Season 2 is a real game. It's just an adventure game. It's a graphic adventure, but it's still a full video game. It's a full game. But apparently, Resident Evil 2 one-shot demo and Cubic Odyssey demo, you've gotten all achievements on as well, so I would not have realized that. I can check this because it ain't showing any of your business on stream. If it does if I say things, but at least it ain't showing everything. Just barely enough.
Gotcha.
At first, I thought you were just big, but you're pretty ripped under all that heft. How'd you manage to stop both of us at the same time? A sumo had to fight off multiple opponents during practice. This ain't nothing. If you want to get a body like mine, you better sit down and eat your chonko stew. Ha 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 ha. Chonko stew, like the Edelman joint? Maybe I'll check it out sometime. Exactly like the Edelman joint. Yeah, your Steam said that there were achievements in 2 demos. 6 in the Resident Evil 2 one-shot demo, and 2 in the Cubic Odyssey demo. And you got all of those, it said.
Oh.
Now to introduce the Marisa. It was Steam I was talking about. I hadn't checked your PlayStation stuff because we're right here and I don't want to get too much of your business out there. That's what that was. I checked the Steam stuff. Good old Marisa. We could stand to see more women like her. We really, really could. Now you look perfect.
Yo.
I'm Alex, a wrestler. I heard I could fight a heavyweight here.
Oh.
Sounds like you are looking for me then, my friend. Want to fight me, do you? If you don't mind.
You have made this warrior happy.
I don't think she minds at all. Wonderful! I'm afraid I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to professional wrestling. I don't want to go overboard by mistake. Can we have Uncommon Soul join us? And what a wink.
Okay.
A handicap tag match, huh? That's cool with me. Let's do it. distractions are absolutely understandable. And for anyone who isn't aware or doesn't remember, the lighting on people in World Tour is very different from the lighting in any of the other two modes. This lighting in World Tour is different from both Battle Hub and Fighting Ground. That definitely hurts.
My ancestors have forged my path.
Pancration, huh?
Yep.
Or Pancratian, huh? I have no idea how it's pronounced. She's not just big, but she had power to back it up. She's got muscle. We gotta love more women with muscle. And oh gee, more Dead by Daylight stuff. I guess I ought to ask Infernal Felidae about this and how much she's playing, and looking forward to this. I don't know what all kill even is, though. Now to meet the king of Muay Thai. Oh boy. That ain't Sagat, though.
I can hear the spirit's voices so clearly here.
Where's Sagat? Although she does have power as it is. This is not who I was planning to have you meet, though.
Did the spirits call you here too?
Oh no, not me. I just want to fight someone big. But that's definitely not you. Sorry for bothering you.
Hang on for just a sec.
You shouldn't judge the size of a warrior just by their appearance. I may be small, but as a warrior, I tower over the biggest grizzly bear.
A warrior, huh? Sorry if I treated you like a kid. Then let's see what you're made of. She's made of big stuff for sure. I'm actually watching this one. And the only health we'll see is above their heads. That knee into the shoulder or head can definitely hurt. He's really feeling her stuff. Out of the way of that. And then he managed to block that, but no real punish. That was not a punish counter throw.
Not bad.
I don't think she'd want him booed for that. What it really means to be a heavyweight, huh? Now that you mention it, maybe she's right.
Yep.
One of the guys I look up to the most isn't so big himself. So there was not gonna be any Sagats. That's surprising. I would not realize this. I want someone so big that I don't have to hold back at all.
Not bad.
That was pretty fun. It was cool fighting all kinds of people, and not just big ones. So we have all that there.
Hey.
Hey, you ever heard of Baby Bon Bon? Apparently she sells headbands or something in Metro City during the daytime.
No.
I'm supposed to pick one up, but, mind going for me instead?
I don't know.
I mean, I could go, but that stuff just ain't my deal. Okay, then we'll head back and we'll make it daytime here in one fateful day. I haven't checked much in the news, I know, so I gotta go back and see. And I'd forget entirely about these messages here. Don't got much to say. Patricia kept bugging me to DM more often for the family and all. I'd be happy to help you practice. Alright, cool. Thanks. That's alright there. I don't need to be texting buddies. Not with him, he doesn't seem the sort. So just helping him out would be a good call. Now it's daytime, so let's go find that bandana. It's actually around here. Near Drippin' Style. So there's baby Bonbon, and she looks very, very... I don't think it's Gyaru. I forget the word for this kind of style, but I don't think it's Gyaru, although it could be. No, damage, use 10 items, 5 and 10 items, and 10 super arts, so that would call for the Hoyokusen. Okay. I'm gonna do this here. But I need to keep her away. I just don't want you to hit me. I did not mean to taunt. Yeah, I totally did this wrong. Item, 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 item. Now, since I won't be getting the cute choker, why don't I just end this? Ultra Mighty Jaw Decimator. But I'm too tall at times. It didn't make sense that she fights like Manon. It make a whole lot of sense. So Platinum Trophy Zarn got include Outriders, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man 2, Diablo 3, Marvel's Avengers, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and not sure what 7 is unless he can count the same title twice. Once on PS4 and once on PS5. I allow it. What is that game that you got on 2 consoles with the same Platinum Trophy? I don't really need these, but I'm taking them anyway. Why can't I think of what Outriders is? The name is familiar, but I can't think of what it is. It's an online game from Square Enix, actually. Published by Square Enix and developed by People Can Fly.
Hello.
Hey, babies! I got a good luck ribbon for your little ones. I even have a whole line of baby clothes and accessories that'll put a smile on any child's face. So, see anything that catches your eye? Looking for something to buy? Or someone to fight?
Well, I just fought you, but still. I guess we'll do that again. I don't enough mind now. And I got hit again. And I lose a whole lot of drive there. Now that hurts. I wanted to not get hit that time, though. I can imagine why Alex didn't want to come here, though. Try this again. And then I get hit again. I am much too tall, though. Maybe when I knock her back, I'll call in Marisa and have her do some heavy lifting. There is no need for me to be going for the item I'm going for, but I'm doing it anyway. I don't need to go for the cute choker gamma, but I'm doing it anyway. Just stay away from me. There we go with that. Ghost of Tsushima showed up twice under PS4 and PS5. If anything, couldn't it partly because of 5 being the director's cut? Outriders is shooter that has powers and co-op. And it's currently 60% off on Steam. I can't think of what people said. They enjoyed the gameplay, customization, and visuals, but not the story and characters. Contradicting statements on how people felt about it. It ain't bad things. People had good enough feelings about it. I'm probably a little more considering it, actually. Even though it's been so long. It was more for gameplay. I feel like it's a similar thing with Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. I could see that.
Hello.
Now I'm here to shop.
Yeah, baby, you just made my day. What are you looking to pick up?
Headbands.
I think I have just the thing. Hang on. Sweet candy headband. Or sweet candy headband. Fluffy bunny headband. Radiant rainbow headband. Growing sprout headband. And if anyone feels any trauma about Final Fantasy XIV, at least Street Fighter 6 won't cross over with that the way Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds did. Well, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with Fluffy Bunny headband.
You've got good taste, I see. Well, that'll be 3,000 zenny.
An adorable headband made for babies. Made from towel-like material. And the cute bunny design suits any who see or wear it.
Hey, babies! I got a good luck ribbon for your little ones. Come back again soon.
Well then.
And I'll buy the rest. Sweet candy headband. An adorable headband made for babies. The cute candy decorations are both soft and easy to watch. Not watch, easy to wash.
Well then.
Then the rainbow. The vibrant coloring is likely to delight any child.
Hello. Well then.
And then the sprout. Made with the wish that the child may grow just like a little sprout.
Hello.
So which one should I give him?
Sorry, we're sold right out of those. Again, I'm very sorry. Instead, how about a quick fight?
Well, now I don't feel like fighting. I got the thingy. So I don't need to fight anymore. I'm glad that's still combos, though. She's probably out of the other things too, but I'm still gonna check. Earth powers were tank, fire, DPS, and Zarn did mostly a healer build. Doesn't remember if they added a fourth. Does that mean there's water and wind powers or water and thunder powers as well? Because I could see me being at least fire.
Well then.
Yeah, sold out of hats as I expected, but I still had to check. But I am much too tall for her. I really am. Why don't you let me do a full charged uppercut? Give me some distance, or try to. Clearly, I'll have to drink some energy drink. And I'm taking up a lot of time, I know, with all this, but this stuff does take a while.
Hello. Well then.
Now for the bibs that she's out of. Whatever. Let's let it fly, he says. Good old Alex Lee, now voicing Daredevil in Marvel Rivals. Devastator, close range. Tank, stand your ground. Pyromancer, medium range. Conjurer, fire. Technomancer, long range. Support, gadgets. Trickster, close range. Hit and run, space time. That's a whole lot of stuff there. And Sarn was a Technomancer. Oh, wait. I read that wrong. Devastator is close range, tank, and stand your ground. Pyromancer is medium range, conjurer, fire. Technomancer is long range, support, gadgets. Then Trickster is close range, hit and run, space time. I'd probably be more of a Devastator than a Pyromancer, but I could see me being a Pyromancer. Because I don't feel like being a tank as much. But I don't know that I'd be a Trickster. I don't see that in my general life. If only there were another bus stop closer to where Alex is. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 classes. And Zarn could toss out turrets and heal. So you channeled a little bit of someone from one of the Borderlands games and throwing out turrets. That's what it feels like. And I had to wait until nighttime. I didn't see that. Wow, you actually waited all that time.
Oh.
You get one? Let's give him the Fluffy Bunny. Fluffy Bunny? Beats getting something spiky, that's for sure. That way, if they ever need to headbutt something, you don't have to worry about getting hurt.
Good.
Anyways, thanks for doing me a solid. You can keep the change, too. If only I could give him everything else, that'd be fun. When I first got my start in the ring, I was a face. A good guy, you know? But I'm not exactly a popular dude. I had people telling me that my matches were no fun because it was just about who was the toughest.
So?
I didn't particularly mind, but that changed once I turned heel.
Man.
The whole unsociable thing is part of my character.
Jeez.
It's weird. I'm not really wrestling any different. Someone's flying over there.
No.
I wandered around a lot right around when I was trying to decide what to do about school. Kinda like you are now. One thing led to another, and I ended up going around the world. Oh, Alex and Gil.
Now.
I met a lot of people. Some of them were great to fight. Others, not so much. There are some real weirdos, but some of them were out of this world strong.
Well,
I learned a lot from that trip. I made me think a lot.
sup?
I don't have any more oil though.
Sup? Sup?
But I need more than this here.
Sup?
I know I won't be interested in any of this, but
Sup?
it's still anything
Sup?
except for that.
Sup?
That could have been something there if it wanted to be. But I ain't got nothing here. Not that I can see anyway.
Sup? Sup? Sup?
Damn it, I don't mean to give the gum.
Sup? You mind?
Pro wrestling isn't necessarily just about two people testing their strength against each other. It's a show just as much as a fight. Everyone knows it. You've got fans and angles to worry about, and fights don't even stay in the ring. Look at these three wrestlers from the Street Fighter V days: Zangief, Rainbow Mika, and Laura Matsuda.
Yep.
I remember I had a tag match with a famous female pro wrestler. To be honest, I still don't really jive with the whole show part of the industry. But that doesn't mean I don't respect the guys who go out there wanting to get the crowd into it. It doesn't matter whether the fight is in the ring, under the lights, or in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah.
As long as the one fighting is serious about coming face to face with what strength really is, you can feel it.
Back then.
Tom took me in after my folks died. They passed pretty young. I almost thought, I don't think this is Shinkiro art here. But there's a young Alex. He's a cousin of my mom and was a sparring buddy of my dad. Tom was a killer wrestler and MMA fighter. Had military experience to boot.
And so?
I've heard plenty of stories about how strong he was. When he took me in, he was running his own gym as a trainer. He taught me everything. The basics of strength training, most of my techniques, and how to take a punch. He's my corner man nowadays when I have a match.
Yeah.
He's my trainer, my manager, my adoptive dad.
I don't know.
No, he is my dad. That's all right there. Seven Deadly Sins origin is okay, but being a gotcha, Zarn might be done with it already. You know, I would think you would have a potential good time with Soul leveling Arise Overdrive. They ditched the gotcha of it all. So that's certainly a promising thing if you want to avoid gotcha. I'm gonna check something. And anyone in here, everyone is subscribed, so I can just run ads and have no big deal about it. I'll just keep going because everyone who's here, they already are subbed, so no one will be missing anything.
Hey.
How about trying out this one? Raging Spear. When you're fighting day in and day out, sometimes you feel like you're fighting even while you sleep. I've never lost in my dreams. Must be nice.
Oh, yeah.
I had the weirdest dream one time. I was nabbed by an evil organization, and they forced me to fight other fighters as an experiment.
Thinking back.
I don't know why I had that dream. Maybe something deep down inside of me wanted that fight, or maybe something deep down inside of me wanted that fight. To prove something, you know? I hated that.
All right.
You ready for this?
Okay.
Cool. Bring it on. And then Alex is there watching. If he would a super art throw and hit with command throws. Why was there a little hiccup there? Then I'll get another one in. Backwards recovery. Backwards recovery. Okay. Then defeat with a super art. Go ahead and hit me, why don't you? I think I'll stop my punches from being so painful, though. Where's my super? Lights, that's why. I hate that distinction, even if it makes sense in World Tour.
Good.
Yeah, not bad. Now there's more to be had there, and I'll give him another double KO gum for another interaction. Oh, I thought it was only 1 point.
Let me think.
When I'm not fighting, I like messing around with machines. It's always cool getting my hands on an old engine. Stuff like engines don't mind if I don't talk, so we get along pretty good. Then came Abigail, and apparently they're friends. One of my buddies actually owns a junkyard too.
That's that.
He's probably twice as big as me. He's probably twice as big as me, and I'm already huge.
Jeez.
But even with that huge body of his, he's got a feathered touch when it comes to machines. He's always happy to give advice when it comes to cars or parts.
So,
We actually worked together and restored an old ride a while back. But things got heated when we couldn't agree about what parts to use. Neither of us would back down, and before we knew it, we were brawling.
ooh.
Hard to believe, right? Two full-grown adults fighting over a part the size of your thumbnail.
Good.
But in the end, he was right. The car runs like a dream now. Look good losing, huh?
Got a sec?
Tag me in next time you're in a fight. I'll show you how to wreck shop.
Okay.
Now he can join in. Then power bomb, or to the Omega Wing Breaker.
Real talk.
The crowd loves a match that tells a story. But in this business, the boring daily training we do is what matters most. How do I story tell with streaming and videos? What stories could I possibly tell? I'm more an informer and just a shower than a storyteller. So what could I possibly tell in terms of story?
Well,
People tell me that they have a hard time knowing what I'm thinking.
that's...
I just don't like chit-chat is all. Sometimes the quiet ones have the most fire.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with my current gig thanks to Tom's connections. But I fought plenty both inside and outside the ring.
So,
I even went toe-to-toe with a boxer in a Vale Tudo tournament. You couldn't have taken on any of, what's his name from Virtual Fighter? I can't think of his name. Or Craig Marduk. No, he might have fought Craig Marduk in Street Fighter Cross Tekken? I don't think he was there. I don't think Alex was in Street Fighter Cross Tekken, actually. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't there, so it couldn't have been that. Then, Virtua Fighter. Who was it? Oh no, Vanessa Lewis is the one who does Vale Tudo. I thought it was a bigger guy. Why can't I think of his name? Why can't I think of his name, actually? How am I missing it? Let me see who it is, because it's blowing my mind. I didn't remember Jeffrey McWild. I thought he did Vale Tudo. But no, what he does is Pancratium. It's closer to what Marisa does. So, yeah, Pancratium.
Hey.
We're sparring. Get ready. Give it all you got. Super art command throws and backwards recoveries. Here's some of that here. Now knock me away. Let me backwards recover. That's a hard knockdown though. One more. I shouldn't have blocked that. Oh, he's going critical on me. Ooh. That didn't hurt much though. Where am I hard not or where am I soft knockdown? Where am I soft knockdown so I can roll back like that? But I can't skip that, unfortunately. Some range there. I'm gonna need you to get away from me, man. Let me get this drink in me. It's an herbal mixture, not alcohol, not booze. Now I better throw this in just so I know I'll get power. Yeah, there we go. Had to do it.
Nice.
That was pretty good.
Well,
I bet you'd get some use out of this. Level 2 super art.
suck. Suck.
Let me get to 80 then.
Suck. Suck.
When I was a kid, I was still pretty torn up about my folks.
Time.
I spent a lot of time moping around. And there's Patricia there. And in the middle, that's Alex holding Patricia. So there is quite an age discrepancy there, or an age difference there. But they're married now. So I got concerns about that. That was until Tom reminded me that it was my responsibility to protect Patricia. At first, I couldn't believe it. Protect her? How could a kid like me do anything like that? When I saw Patricia, I knew that's what I wanted to do.
That's...
I felt strong when I was with her. She looked up to me too, like I was the coolest guy in the world. So I decided, no matter what, I would protect her. That's what I told Tom. That's when I started training, so I could at least be strong enough to do that. Tom was cool enough to coach me.
What if?
Before I knew it, Patricia was more than just someone to protect. Now she's by my side through it all.
Yeah.
It's almost like both nothing and everything has changed. I can only imagine.
Yo.
So you've been training with all kinds of fighters. Like who? Ken Masters. And you know Ryu too, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I fought against them all. You get around, huh?
Well,
How about Gerald Golby? You know him? Who's that? Makes sense. He's not really too famous. He's a hell of a fighter. We faced off at a Vale Tudo tournament. He's a pound-for-pound fighter. Deadly throws and strikes, plus a killer face buster.
I guess.
But I ended up winning. My tackles were just too quick for him to handle. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're going to find strong challengers all over the place, no matter where you go. Damn it! He had a positive outlook, but it wasn't enough points. You ready? Good. Ought to be a different set of rewards now. Yeah. Not that they overly matter, though. Oops. I performed a reversal. Here, let me build this up here. I can't think of how to drive reversal from a parry, though. Then right now, I can't even parry. But it's too bad I can't skip that. Oh wait, it's not drive reversals I should be doing. It's actual regular reversals I should be doing. That's not what it meant. Oh no, drive reversals can work. Or so I would think. Let's cut damage on everything. That ain't no reversal. Knock me down. A soft knockdown. Give me soft knockdowns here, like that. Okay. Now one more. I want a reversal, wake up super. Like that. Now I need to defeat you with a super. There we go. And yet I don't need any of these things, but I'm still doing it anyway.
Nice.
Nice one. You should be ready to fight at any time. Almost there, though.
Suck. Suck.
Oh, that's 2 points as well.
Suck. Suck.
He's not in the video games, I see.
Before.
I spent a lot of time going after a guy I considered to be my mortal enemy. I used to think that I fought for no one but myself in the end.
What about?
But now that I've got a family, I've come to realize that saving up for them is a fight all on its own. It's what my dad told me when he was still alive, and what Tom did for me after he took me in. You never know. One day I may go out on my own again.
What if?
I may decide that I need to find out what strength really means to me all on my own.
Well...
No one knows what the future may bring. But that's why I've got to give it everything I've got just the way I am now. It's hard to put it into words, but I feel like that's enough for me right now. Some big sunset there. Some amber waves. Pretty beautiful watercolor right there. And a smile on the heel's face there. You could almost look a little like Terry. So is that a little boy or a little girl, like I think there on his shoulder in the future? So the pepperoni pizza's pretty good around here, huh? We like them thin where I'm from.
Gotcha.
This place has a different take on it, but that's all good. It's cool to see what's popular in different places.
Every time.
My trainer is always getting on my case about eating right. But I just can't do broccoli, man. It's not food, it's grass. It's for the cows. I don't know, man. I'm good with broccoli myself.
Oh, yeah.
The Red Cyclone. He's a legend in the wrestling world. We were gonna be a tag team for a match way back when.
Sucks, but...
Unfortunately, the match didn't happen. He's ridiculously ripped, but I never feel like I'm outmatched whenever I fight him. Let's work on our tag team, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You said you worked at the pizza shop to make some extra dough, right?
Good.
It's important to make enough to save. That's what I've come to learn, at least. Do you donate a lot to charity? How did you know?
No way.
You just guessed? Well, you ain't wrong. I want to help people, just like Tom helped me.
And so?
Patricia gave me the green light, too. So every now and again, I give a bit to a place that takes in kids who've lost their folks.
Good.
Though it's not something I want to broadcast. So just keep that between you and me, will ya? Oh, right, I don't need to worry about how many points anymore because it's already maxed out. Next up, try and master this one. A special move.
Now.
Ready when you are. Don't hold back. I really don't need to worry about this anymore. I didn't realize I was jumping there. What a punish counter there on that one. And again. That hurts oh so badly. Man, that hurts. At least in World Tour.
Ooh.
Ha! I can tell you're feeling good.
Before.
For a long time, I refused to leave my hometown. But deep down, I wanted to learn about what strength really is. That was ages ago, though.
And that was...
Thinking about it, I think I was looking for an excuse to not try. Once I finally started traveling, it changed how I think about things.
Let me think.
I was living alone in a trailer home for a while. I got pretty good at DIY and construction stuff.
Good.
You always got to be able to take care of yourself, you know? What's this here? Oh, gee. Never mind, then that's a drama there I didn't mean to get into. Yeah, I don't know. You like my beanie? Thanks.
Hey, that's...
Patricia made it for me. I'll tell her you said that.
How about...
Time to see you use what you've learned. Here's the finale of it all with Alex. Wrestler's boots and steel chair, oh boy. The command throws. Reversal. Reversal. No, those aren't reversals. Reversal. There's a reversal, not a drive reversal. That's very different. I tried to reversal, but his stuff came out faster. That pressure. That feels like it's hitting more the shoulder than the head. Okay, we got reversals in. Now I need to hit with actual command throws. But I want to get drinks in me too. Man, that hurts. He ain't letting me get anything in though. I'm gonna want to stay alive though. Let me out! Let me out! I taunted. All right, I didn't taunt. I tapped, man. You try, and I got something for your butt. I think that would be a unique attack. Nope. I don't have any. Oh wait, I did. There is an item to cut throw strength, so I definitely did the wrong thing. It was gag-inducing juice that I wanted to get rid of, or I wanted to use. How can you maneuver so much in the air like that, though, aside from video games? Look at one more drinking. And let's end it with this. Rising Fang does look cool. Now I got that steel chair and wrestler's boots. Well done. Impressive. I think that's about all I can teach you.
Yeah.
It's up to you if you want to try and get stronger. Mastery. Man! That was the Capcom logo for Street Fighter 3. New Street Silent Titan. They're presenting that like Street Fighter 3. Fighter with a purpose. Alex.
Strength? Beats me. But when you find the answer, tell me all about it.
They even presented that mastery thing like Street Fighter 3. Probably more third strike than anything else. So we're all good there.
Let me think.
There's someone out there that I hope I can get to fight against someday. You got anyone like that? Can't say I'd mind if I were someone like that for you. I did just come to talk. Now, why don't we quick or fast travel places so to get text messages. To see more of that there. Didn't realize you could send a message with your voice. You don't even need to type. Wonder how this thing works. You heard of it? Yeah. Machine learning or speech to text. Maybe I ought to crack this thing open to see how it ticks. You know, like with engines. No! You gotta be careful with that, man. You could totally break your screen with this or get something out of place. And you may have already. So this Haas Abigail runs the junk shop. We got into it again the other day. Did he win? I'd call it a draw. He's so tough, it's actually ridiculous. One of his punches can float me in the air. Anyone else would have been made into another scrap heap. And broccoli. You know what people always say to eat after a workout? Broccoli. Can you believe that? I love broccoli. Good for you, I guess. I don't hate them or anything. but it's like I'm gnawing on a freaking tree. We ain't no beavers, man. Not that it really matters. That must be it on the text messages then. There ain't nothing else. We're all good. Which means I may as well have done everything to do in this part of One Fateful Day. Now I know there are things in the other parts of One Fateful Day that I haven't done. Or maybe the game will have me go other places to get other things going, but I don't feel like it. It doesn't feel necessary. I'll still check One Fateful Day, though. Yeah, there's one more thing somewhere there. One more thing there, one more thing there, two more things here. But I ain't worried about it all. I'm really not. So we can call it here on Street Fighter 6. And I'll come back later for the Fighter Pass so I can work on getting that rank up. Once I get to rank 30, I won't have to worry about it anymore this time around, but I also got time to do it. And the biggest mission to give a whole lot of kudos, that's already been done. On the other hand, there is that other game. But I think I'll hold off for the moment. Ad breaks. Well, I can still do the ad break, but I need to go to the can as it is, so I'll go do that real quick. nature decided to be a bit louder than I expected. But now I'm getting ready to show the other game after so long. And I don't know how long it'll take me to do things, but I know I'm going to be working on it. And I wonder what would make a good banner for it. I'm not sure what would. For the time being, I could probably go with this. I think I'll put that there. And the game is installed and ready to go. Now I had to change the category and everything else. So this is where the dare drop part comes in handy, or why it's part of the name. Fallen Tier, the Ascension. Another dare drop campaign, and I hope another one that doesn't take so long to do. Much like Hotel Barcelona didn't take long to do. So thank you all for making it possible to share this with you all. Let's see here. We'll enter there. The Ascension. I don't think it's all modern consoles. I think it's is it not just PC? I think it is just PC. Oh no, it's everything. Is it available everywhere then for sure? I want to check the other stores then. Because it's definitely available on Steam now. But I want to be double, triple sure it's available everywhere else. Unless it decides to be early access and only PC at the moment. Just so I know where to direct you all. And apparently I should look into these. But I don't see anything that other sites having it. So maybe I'll check the actual store pages and search them. I think it's just PC right now. I searched Volunteer and I saw nothing. So surely just PC for now. And then hello to Real Proto Mike, who I feel like I left hanging longer than I wanted to. Before I get more things situated, let me play these for you. So we went through Alex's stuff in Street Fighter 6. And now it's time for another Dare Drop game before the next stream where I finally actually do some Mega Man related things. Like I had intended for a long time and it just hadn't worked out. So we'll just put PC here. And everything's fine there now. And we can load the game up. Actually, I also need to make sure I get some stuff situated about the linkage or the promotion for it. So let me find or make stream elements. There's a few tabs I probably really don't need open. Maybe I will get this here. I think I'll go ahead with that. As soon as I find it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that now. Send a request. Then I'll check stream elements for the thingy. I feel like it should be automatically made. the timer, then I can pin that. I don't know why you're thinking YouTube. I'm thinking Twitch here. Stream elements. Now, where are you? No, no, no. Is it a command? I don't see it, so I'll just have to get it from Dare Drop themselves. I don't mind doing that as long as I actually show it during the stream. That's what I'm planning on. As soon as I can find the thingy. There it is. I don't know how it didn't show up, but it's all right. So I'll actually pin this here. And it is early access. So it would explain being only on PC right now. But I still want to give you a rough feel of what to expect from it as well. Both words I say and the actual stuff that goes on in the game. Let me load up the game and then I'll tell you about it. Can't help but think I probably would get a kick out of it. Really want to believe it. In fact, I wonder if it's something that Uncle Shaq is privy to as well. I gotta turn down the volume just in case it blows out anybody's ears. I don't want that happening. But then you also kind of gotta see the game too. So why don't I fix that? Autosave, of course. Fallen Tier, The Ascension. Early Access version 1.0. So I have you all and Dare Drop and CMD Studios to thank for showing you this game. A story-driven Metroidvania where who you bond with changes how you fight and explore. This world is Raoa, perhaps. And, yeah. There are lost civilizations to find and bonds to forge that shape your path through a land on the brink of collapse in this story-driven Metroidvania, it just said. I clicked into the game. Didn't I? Why doesn't it feel like I clicked into the game, though? Why ain't it working? Let me unplug this and plug it back in. There we go. Now it's moving. Borderless window is the way I want it. And it only has Xbox glyphs, even though I'm using the PlayStation controller. That's usually bound to happen on Steam. And I better check on the 2 dares I have before I go too far. The dares I have in trying to get stuff for you all include, as soon as I find them... I swear they're around here. Why are they not around? I'll go most recent then. What I need to do is kill 30 enemies using bonds, and then defeat a Leviathan in Silent Springs. So story or Fallen Tier mode. Dive into Raoa and experience the adventure at a relaxed pace. Or Fallen Tier mode, take on Raoa at its toughest. A challenge built for players who want to be pushed to their limits. This feels like easy than hard. I don't want a relaxed pace. I want a moderate pace. More balanced standard feel, but it feels like it's only two extremes here. So with that in mind, I'm going volunteer mode. This is intended for the developer experience. You cannot change the game's difficulty later in this mode. Oh. Why, for the developer experience? The story mode, it goes easy or normal, never mind. For players who want to enjoy the story without worry, there's easy mode, and then for normal, for players who want to experience the game without much difficulty. I want a little difficulty, though. Rare hunts are powerful enemies. And you gotta claim a contract in the hunt board in exchange for core shards. So there's stuff to think about here, and it already looks good. So there's that.
The balance has been broken.
Where's the subtitles?
There's little time left to save the world we once knew. A world before this evil, before this calamity, before corruption. Is this to be our fate? Sitting idly by while our prayers fall upon the deaf ears of broken gods? Are we to let all that was once good in this world give way to this evil? Is there truly no one who can save us? One who can restore the balance and stave off this coming calamity? A savior. A hero.
There better be someone. That's the point of a lot of conflict, for it's a conflict against the hopelessness. So who's that there? Pretty beefy. And it's looking all hand-drawn here. And I'm controlling them. Now there's nothing about the subtitles. Well, I haven't gone to audio settings. No subtitles after all. That feels bad. Can't seem to break that down. Maybe we'll just go this way. This is bringing up vibes of Dust and Elysian Tale. Man, do I wish I had gone through that. There's such a thing as a charge attack, I see. What a roar. I see that there. Breaking that opens a new path. Gotta be 3 flashes, a full charge or no charge. Now I'm hitting that. They get stuck into nothingness. Does the combo continue even when you whiff? It takes a long time for it to reset the combo. That's interesting. I feel like the left is where I should go. I wonder if this is someone that the main character bonds with instead of being the actual character in a different form. Oh boy. What do we got going on here? And big roar there too. Can't go back in there. So what if we go over here? A Magi. That is Sphere. Get out of that. I wonder if I should be charging back. No, I ain't timed that right. I'm totally jumping over that. Another phase and another hit, so this feels contextual, but I still wanted to win. But I think that was entirely contextual. Now they're stuck. But a roar, did they explode out of their confinement? Bonds can assist in various ways.
Kira, you must wake. The time. Your time is now. Awake. Kira.
So there's voices here outside of the opening narration, which is nice.
Kira. Kira! Wake up! You're going to be late.
That dream again. It's always the same. What could it mean?
Kira!
Oh, right. Coming.
That's all right there. So Hira's here, and there's
Raven
things
and I
to
always
see.
have the best times together. Raven and I always have the best time.
Raven, huh?
My first steps. Mom and Raven were so excited. This is the day I decided to follow in Raven's footsteps and become a hunter.
That's all good to hear.
There you are. Raven's already outside waiting. Hey. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just had a bad dream.
All right, as long as you're sure. Well, as I was saying, your brother is waiting for you. Do you have everything you need for today?
Yes, don't worry.
Really? Then these aren't your core shards I found lying around? You know you and your brother will need these today.
So they got to be the currency of the game.
Whoops. Thanks, Mom. Now I have everything.
Try to be more careful. And good luck today.
Yeah, core shards are Raola's currency, used for taking contracts from the Hunters Guild, requesting services, and other utilities to discover. Enemies, chests, quests, and objects in the environment can uncover core shards. Hellcrest. So colorful. So bright. So brother.
Sorry I'm late. I'm all set now. So, where are we headed?
About time. We're off to Mears to check the boards. The sooner we get there, the faster we can pick your contract and get started on your hunt. So come on.
So clearly, somewhere to the left. Fated goals can be done from exploration, castle, and hunt missions to get fated points to unlock and upgrade Hira's masteries using checkpoints known as Headwind's Roots. So there's some stuff to see about there. I ain't worried about no teleporting yet.
Oof. Oh, I'm sorry,
Huh? Oh, no. Excuse me. I was just leaving.
Strange.
Strange indeed. I ain't worried about talking to the others, though. Yeah, I ain't worried about talking to them. But where is the place? I think I'm going a little too far. Where's Mears? I can't seem to go anywhere else. Oh, I teleport there. I'll have to talk to someone that looks like to know just where I'm even going. Oh no, he's right here.
Ah, boys, I'm glad you made it. We've been looking forward to welcoming you into the fold, hero. Oh, I have your order, Master Raven. Here you are.
Whoa, I've never seen a blade like that.
Not many have. After the war, weapons such as these were lost to the ages, along with those who had the knowledge to create them.
Because of course.
And how'd you make this one?
He didn't. I found the blade in some old ruins a while back and brought it here to see if Mira could fix it up. Hope you like it, because it's yours. A hunter is only as good as their blade, right? Now, let's grab your contract so we can put this sword to good use.
So Hira's sword that doesn't look like a sword. Rare hunts are exceptionally powerful. These are all in the Tranquil Forest and they've already been taken. This new Apex Minikin. The hunt begins. Once a gentle watcher of the Tranquil Forest in Hillcrest, it fell to corruption, turning its protective nature into relentless aggression. Now it roams with unchecked fury, spreading chaos where it once brought peace. That ain't great. Then where'd you go, bro? So where indeedy? So the major characters get voices or spoken words, which is totally fine. He's got to be out this way. He must be. It's the only thing that makes sense. Are you over here? I don't see you. So where do I go? This ain't the Tranquil Forest, is it? I don't think it is. It has to actually say talk in order to talk to him. Yeah, this isn't telling me where to go here. So back up this way then. Godspire Shrines. I know nothing about that. No. Do I go up here and there's a chest I can't open? That's the Elder. Where's the forest? The tranquil one. And she went in there. This must be the way to the Tranquil Forest. Limiter will recover health. Okay, left bumper or L1 and various buttons to use bond skills. Raven joined the party.
All right, before we begin, let's test out your new blade. Remember your training. Normal attacks are great for getting in some quick hits, but if you really want to land a knockout blow, try going for a critical hit to deal some serious damage.
Not a critical hit then. There are masteries there with faded points. Then ascensions. And hunter skills. This ain't telling me how to critical hit, though.
This ledge looks a bit too high for you. Try using that old crate to give you a boost.
That I would need to remember. Let me kill enemies
Try
with
swinging
the...
up with your blade to hit enemies or targets that are above you.
Maybe I'll stick with the tutorial stuff until now. There's one enemy defeated by a bond. I'm gonna keep going with bonds as long as I can. That's
Take
one
note,
defeated with a bond.
ledges such as these are perfect for... Also, campsites are a great way to rest up if you're feeling run down.
One enemy defeated. And I was not in range of that. 2 enemies defeated.
Shh! I'm fighting for my older brother. We're playing a game and I can't lose this time. Please don't tell him you saw me.
I don't know anything about that. Faded points from doing different faded goals and registering them via the main menu. Right now, I'm thinking about defeating enemies. Do I have to be in the middle? I defeated 2. Then there's 3 defeated. I gotta wait for that to read or to cool down. That's 3. And 4. My first hit. Oh, you know what? I gotta push that. Is what I should do. That's 4. 5. I'm taking hits I don't want to take. 6. So in front of him is how I need to aim. And R1 will dodge. Dodging right before will allow for a
When an
counterattack.
enemy gets too close, step back to avoid their attack. And if you time it correctly, you may even be able to combine your step back with a counter.
Like that. I forget if it's 5 or 6. There's 6 or 7. 7 or 8. 8 or 9. And I want enemies to respawn too. I ain't trying to think of much else right now. 8 or 9. 10 or 11. No, 9 or 10. 8 or 9, 9 or 10. And I can't make it over there. 8 or 9, 9 or 10. There's the hunt.
There's the monster. Let's go.
But how to critical hit though? There's the counterattack right there. I wouldn't know this. Then I aimed wrong. And I backed right into it. Enemy special attacks that can't be blocked or parried with a white flash of their eyes. I've taken down 9 or 10 with bonds. Defeated them with that. Then you went and did it again. 9 or 10. The protector has fallen. 9 or 10. Endure, break. That was the bar to stagger it. Then what's this? Endure essence. Every rare hunt drops 1 to increase Hera's endure by a small amount. preventing knockback from enemies and reducing damage by 5%. 9 or 10 enemies defeated by
You did it.
bonds.
Good job. Hey, everything okay?
Yeah, I just had a question. Why was this Minikin on the boards? It didn't look that dangerous. It just seemed to be protecting the other Minikins.
Well, this creature was once the protector of this whole forest, but sadly, it became infected with corruption. Infected creatures need to be dealt with swiftly before they become more dangerous. You have to understand, it's our job as hunters to find and stop corrupt beasts before they hurt others or spread their corruption. Why don't you take a minute? And when you're ready, meet me at our spot.
What's your spot? Well, now he left the party. I'm stuck at 9 or 10 right now. I don't want that.
Not done yet. Focus. I should find Raven first.
I thought I could make a pathway with that, though. Oh, there's Ruby in mind here.
You know, every time I come here, I can't help but think about the first time we found this place. I was so relieved when I found you hiding here during that storm. You were so scared.
I just recall clinging to you and refusing to leave. The next thing I knew, we were waking up.
What about the promise we made? Do you remember that?
I don't know it.
Of course I remember. If we ever lose our way, we meet here.
Good. Don't forget it. You may have made it into the guild, but monsters will only get tougher from here on out. The world can be a dark place, Hira. If it ever gets to be too much, remember that promise. Send for me if you can, but if not, wait here. I'll find you. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you.
I will. And the same goes for you too, you know.
Deal.
So is this a checkpoint then? Pink Moon.
What's happening?
What is happening?
What's that?
Something's not right. We have to leave now.
Something is very wrong and I can't sprint. What here?
I'll take care of this one. Get back to the village and find Mom. She's your responsibility until I get there. Understand?
What do people think of this game so far? Now I gotta knock down that tree. Now I can make the jump over. What is a critical hit, though? Too strong and headed for the town. This is a shortcut here, too. I got concerns here. No need to push pull right now. Just need to head back to town. Oh boy. What was that?
Is happening?
What is happening? What did happen?
Oh, my head. What happened? Where am I? Mom! Raven! Oh no, I've got to get back!
Let's get back then. Of course. Why, oh why?
Mom's workshop.
That other person came in here, didn't they? This is what Mom was working on, I guess. What was she working on, though? Teleporters are out of commission.
Hera? You shouldn't be here. You must leave.
What are you talking about? What's going on? Have you seen my mom and brother?
By the Seven, you don't remember.
What?
Remember? Remember what?
Maybe it's best you don't. But I'm afraid you can't stay here, Hera. The village, well, let's just say it's best for you to get away. As far as you can.
Why?
What? No, I still need to find Raven and Mom.
Don't fret. Your mother had a plan should the worst happen, and I promised her I would help see it through. In her workshop, there should be an artifact. You know the one. Bring it to me. I will wait for you here.
Is that some kind of containment thing and he's gonna end up using it on Hera? So I'd hate to do that, but I don't have much choice.
At least the artifact looks to have survived. Huh? A letter was underneath?
Hera, there is so much I should have told you. I hope that in time, you will realize everything I did was to protect you. Mum.
What did she do, though? What's with the limiter? What is a limiter? It's causing stuff to glow.
Ah, you have it. Good. Now listen carefully. Your mother called this artifact a limiter. She said that it would allow you to activate ancient constructs, like this portal here, as well as others you might encounter. Beyond that, all Maya said was that you'll find what you're looking for on the other side.
All right then. I guess this is goodbye. Thank you for everything, Stefan.
Good luck, Hera.
So this is gonna take us somewhere. What about all those hunts, though?
Huh? Where am I? Who are you?
Ah, Hera, you made it. I'm afraid proper introductions and questions will have to wait. We don't have much time. I am Runa, a servant of the Ancients and to this temple. The Temple of Auras. Or at least what remains of it.
Auras, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire.
The Temple of Auras? I don't understand. Elder Stefan said I'd find answers here. Where are my mom and brother?
I'll explain everything in time, but first I need your help. The artifact you carry, it is called a limiter. It is an ancient tool, originally made to control magical energy and old-world constructs. I need you to travel to the Willow Alps and use it to awaken a forgotten Godspire shrine. If you do, Hedwyn will be able to regain his senses.
A shrine? Hedwyn? What does any of this have to do with me?
I promise. I will tell you everything when you return. Please, you are the only one who can do this. We can't lose Hedwyn.
Fine. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Hera.
I need bonds, though. I need to defeat enemies with bonds. And I need to defeat someone somewhere. Temple of Auras. That could have been bloodshed if it wanted to be. So how do I get up there? 'Cause this ain't looking like it. Pow Pow Falls is not where I need to go. And this will not make running any faster. Not at all. Maybe I need to go this way. probably jump up here, then jump up there. That's a yes. Imagine if any of this would get any use later on down the line. Then up the stairs. Not too big a number of stairways, though, so there's that. Okay, we break that to open it. Get stamina core. Increases core or hero space stamina by 1 each. Good to know that. But this isn't where I need to be, neither. Maybe this is. Yeah, this is where I need to go. It's getting real late, though. There's nobody behind me, though there are video game characters behind me. And I'm worried about being tired. I don't want to be tired. But I also don't want to do this and bleed into an intended mega march, but I don't think I got much choice there. So maybe I need to find a rest point here. A rest area. What a view over there. But I still can't Mega Man until I do stuff like this here. I wonder if I should be breaking this right now. Probably yes would be okay. But only until it stops glowing. Probably didn't need to go so far there. I should have just kept going up. Wanted too much to collect core shards. I wish I could do this on D-pad since 2D. But I really can't deal. And I totally ran through enemies that somehow didn't attack, so I should have been hurt, but I wasn't. And now with the limiter, I can use a full bar of mana to heal. And some enemies will drop red core. Healing will attract all nearby to get more health in. Like that. So how about we keep going this way and look for a campfire to rest at. Everwind controller support is good. I love the sound of good controller support there. Controller support is very necessary for me and Zarn. Now I don't need the red core. All I need is to stop that from glowing. And then make the way up here and not get crushed by the rock. I don't feel like being crushed. I'd feel better if bombs were taking out these enemies, though. And Skyward Peak. So, purest style pilgrimage. To convey the words of the greatest god, Etherian. Darkness, but not too late to repent and embrace its light. Whatever that means. Is that a hunt too? I would like to think there'd be a boss meter if there was. maybe it wasn't just yet. Need to be calm and look at the stuff. Down to one, or up to the first floor, up to the second floor. We were on the first floor. So second floor it is then. Then these monoliths too. Does Hira have elemental powers then? And we're in a town. That's good. This is a rest area to save. Let me check here. Did it auto-save, or is this the auto-save? Let me check this. Well, I don't have to go too far, at the very least. But I cannot do Mega Man until I do dares here. So this is going to take a little more time. I didn't mean for it, but it's what needed to happen, and I didn't change the banner on the vertical side of things. I realized too late. I can still change it now, so I will, but that's what I was playing. So I definitely got that wrong. Now I need to figure out who to entrust you all to here. I've got ideas. Got a few ideas. And I think I'll go over here. I don't know that I've rated her all that much recently, but I can. If you want to be cooler than you already are, you can copy and paste this raid message. So simple, but it's all I can think of. It's all I can think of right now. So we're going to raid Zor, Dawn of Doom. Very much into JRPGs, and in fact is playing one in the form of Persona 4 Golden. Really wanted to get to the Mega Man stuff, but I can't yet. Dares must be done so I can get you keys. And I need to be sure of when a number of people are here so to do a giveaway. So to give away keys, probably also make sure of what keys I have that are worth giving away, because there's a number of them. But until all that's done, take care of yourself, love yourself, be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, believe in yourself. And if you get knocked down, you don't have to get up immediately, but don't stay down forever. The world and its immediate, or the world and its infinite possibilities are too impatient for your return. Don't keep them waiting. You're awesome. Pass it on. And until next time, stay uncommon. Later.